Park in Houston, Texas. Root Sports brings you Houston Astros baseball. Today it's the deciding game of this three-game series. And in a tight race for the wild card and the division, it's the Houston Astros against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Good afternoon, everybody. Day baseball from Houston for Bill Brown and Alan Ashby. Also, Bart Ennis joining us in just a few minutes to see who wins this series. And it's vitally important to both teams to win this game.
Every game so important for the Astros. The Angels feel the same way. A little more pressure on their shoulders, I would think. But the Astros, having led this division so much of the year, they want to win it.
And last night, another close ball game. This one went to the Angels. The Astros' close losses here in September have been mounting. They are 0-7 in one-run games this month.
Unable to get some runners home that get on base. They had some innings last night where they got guys on immediately, couldn't score them. 0-7 in one-run games, as you say. 130 batting average with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. And then there's the 200 batting average with runners on third base and less than 2 outs. You've got to be able to do better. That bottom one, though, can be deceiving. You can get runs home with ground balls and fly balls on many occasions. It's not happening right now.
AT&T Rewind shows you what happened in the three-run Angel first, back-to-back, Trout and Pujols.
Well, the power game has been there for the Angels this year. That's number 40 on the year for Mike Trout. He is some kind of specimen, very, very strong, and almost gets it up on the railroad tracks. But Mike Trout, no surprise when he hits one. And that's been a ritual in that dugout for the Angels throughout the course of the year. Albert Pujols has scuffled lately, but he didn't scuffle with this one. He got a fastball. A couple of those heaters got slammed in the first inning from McCullers. And another one of the many, many home runs for Albert Pujols on the year.
Coming up, Game of Thrones. The Astros found out how hard it will be to knock out the defending AL West champs last night. Can the young upstarts dethrone the reigning division kings with a series win? The game is just ahead. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Ash, home runs for the Houston Astros in the month of September have come from a lot of different people.
Yeah, September probably, other than the fact that they've been coming all over the place. Hank Conger, for example, and Colby Rasmus, who has 21 now on his fine season. But the Astros have been living by the home run ball all year long. Marwin has had some big ones for the team. 209 home runs for the club, second most in the major leagues. Evan Gattis so strong he does it with one hand, just showing off. The boys have been spectacular. Jed Lowry has had two enormous home runs, one as a pinch hitter recently to win a ball game, the game that was so improbable in Anaheim. You've got Carlos Correa knocking on the door of 20 on the season. But yeah, this month has been phenomenal with 14 different players homering, and it's the way this team lives.
Coming up, trade secrets. Scott Kazmir and Carlos Gomez were the marquee names of the Astros trade season. But where would Houston's playoff hopes be without Mike Fiers? Mark joins us to discuss when we come back. Battle. But last night, the Angels fired back with some heavy artillery of their own. Today, the Astros make one last stand against a proud champion as the end game draws near. Playoff glory is within reach. Who will step up and take it?
Welcome back into Minute Maid Park for what is easily the biggest home game of the season, at least to this point. We, of course, have the Rangers coming in next, but both of these teams want to get this win today to win this series and keep their playoff hopes alive. And the Astros hoping to get a second straight strong performance from a starting pitcher. Last night, Lance McCullers did a real nice job after giving up back-to-back home runs in the third. He settled down and pitched a real nice game for the Astros, even though they ended up losing the game. Today, they'll go behind Mike Fiers, who since coming to the Astros in a trade deadline deal, he has been terrific. This is his 9th appearance overall with the club since being acquired in that deal. It is his second start of the season against the Angels. Back on September 13th, he struck out 8 over 7 innings, gave up 3 runs in a game the Astros won 5-3. Talking to A.J. Hinch before the game, I asked him about Fiers. He said the thing about Mike is he's thrown that no-hitter, and his strength that day was throwing that fastball downhill, then bringing it up high and getting guys to swing through it or pop it up, and then he mixes in a above-average breaking ball over that. But he has been very good since the deal. In fact, you look at the trade deadline deals the Astros made. Scott Kazmir's been very good. Carlos Gomez was coming around and swinging the bat very well before he got hurt. But you can make a strong argument that Mike Fiers in his 7 starts I mean, where would this team be without him? He has been terrific. He's been consistent. And, of course, he has thrown the only no-hitter in the history of this ballpark. So the Astros hoping to get more of that from Mike Fiers today. Just about ready to get going, so let's go back up to the booth. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby, guys.
Thank you, Bart. So there you see it. Scott Kazmir in 11 starts, 2-5 as an Astro. Carlos Gomez injured right now, 38 games with those numbers. And you saw the .306 batting average for Gomez in September. And he was just rounding into form when he got hurt. And Mike Fiers now 7-10 overall this year, but as an Astro considerably better with a 3.06 ERA. So how do you look at these trades right now? It's a little early to be analyzing them, right, Ash?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think probably you go into next year before you really start truly analyzing the trades. But you do hope the guys that you pick up at the trade deadline have an impact on that particular pennant race. I would say right now Mike Fiers is the guy that's had the largest of the impacts. And I think even that no-hitter was quite a lift for the ball club. But what he's done is he's run out there and given you a consistently good outing each time.
Here's the lineup he'll be facing for Mike Scioscia's Angels, who are 77 and 74. They're 4.5 behind Texas. They're 2.5 behind Houston for the second wild card spot. Leadoff man, shortstop Eric Ibar. In right field, Cole Calhoun. In center field, Mike Trout. The DH is Albert Pujols with David Murphy in left field. C.J. Cron at first base. David Freese at third base. Carlos Perez, the catcher. Taylor Featherston at second base. And the pitcher will be Nick Tropiano. Here at Minute Maid Park, where the Astros have a record of 51 and 26. They're 3-2 on this homestand. This is the rubber game of this series. Tomorrow, an off day for the Astros. Friday, the Texas Rangers are here to open a 3-game series in what should be a climactic battle for the AL West, with still a week to go after the series concludes on Sunday. Eric Ibar gets it started now. The shortstop for the Angels carries a .271 batting average, 2 homers, 38 runs batted in for Ibar. He is 3 for 8 in this series. The third baseman Lowry's in tight on the grass. Line to center field. Colby Rasmus backing and reaching up to prevent an extra base hit over his head. Ibar hit it well for out number 1.
And a nice play in center field. Colby Rasmus there you see. He's flanked by Preston Tucker in left and George Springer in right. The left side of the infield is Jed Lowry and Carlos Correa. On the right, it's Jose Altuve and Luis Valbuena. Max Stassi gets a start behind the plate. He's played well. This line drive might have fooled Colby to start with. He's such an exceptional outfielder, though, able to eventually get back, track it, and make the play.
Cole Calhoun is the batter. Fiers delivers ball 1 to Calhoun. 259, 23 homers, 78 runs batted in for Calhoun. He's hit .222 against the Astros with 6 runs batted in. Cole is 2 for 8 with an RBI in this series. He swings and foul tips at 1-1. Rasmus is shading to left center field. Preston Tucker over not too far inside the left field line. As you see, the Astros expect this left-handed hitter to go the other way to the outfield. Some big gap in center and right center field for Calhoun.
Over the last couple of seasons, Calhoun has been played as a complete pull hitter on the infield, shift on each time, but time after time he's found a way to shoot line drives and ground balls the other way.
So he has brought that defensive alignment back around to the left. Calhoun has hit more homers this season than in any previous major league year. He had 17 last year, and he's driven in more runs than in any major league year. Calhoun goes to a 2-2 count. Fiers is facing the Angels for the second time in his career.
Well delivered changeup and on a great count. That 2-1 count is a dead red count for most hitters.
Mike got a no decision at Anaheim back on September 13th. Friday, another no decision against the Athletics, but a good start for him. That's lined by Altuve into right field. Calhoun's aboard with a 1-out single, and Mike Trout will follow.
Take a look at our strike zone brought to you by MD Anderson. Fires coming up and in with that fastball. It's something he does a lot coming up, and Calhoun had the response driving it.
Trout ripped a home run in the first inning last night, his 40th of the year. He's driven in 87. He's third in the American League in homers. He looks at it, and it's strike one to Trout with a .293 batting average. Mike has hit 6 home runs against Astros pitching this season while hitting .236 against Houston. He became only the second Angel in club history to hit 40 homers or more in a single year. Troy Gloss did it twice. It's 1-1. Angels are wrapping up a long road trip. They're 5-4 on this trip. They have won 3 series in a row, regrouping in September after a terrible month of August. They're 12-8 in September. They've dropped 11 of their last 15 at Minute Maid Park. 1-2. Last night they fired out against Lance McCullers with a Trout 2-run homer, and then back-to-back a Pujols home run in the first inning to have a 3-run first. And then they didn't score again until the 8th, and that 8th inning run pushed them over the top, and they won it 4-3.
Those early home runs you refer to, 95-mile-an-hour heaters from McCullers, so they were pretty loose right there early.
It's 2-2. Mike Fiers pitched the no-hitter here against the Dodgers August 21st. Before the trade from Milwaukee, he was 5-9 with the Brewers with a 3.89 ERA. In the dirt, Stassi blocks it. 3-2 to Trout now.
You know, if you pitch in Milwaukee half your games and you have an ERA under 4, you have probably pitched quite well.
Yeah.
That ballpark will see the ball fly.
Big pitch coming to Trout, who's walked 84 times. Rasmus well over into right center for Mike Trout. Both these teams have had a hard time in batting average when facing the other club. The Angels have hit .223 against the Astros. The Astros .228 against the Angels. Trout rips one foul. That's the third base coach, Gary DiSarcina. This is the final meeting of the regular season between these two clubs. The Astros have already won the season series, 10-8 from the Angels. They're 6-2 in this ballpark. And the big series also coming up, but for right now, this game is quite big enough. 10 games to go. The Astros 80-72. 2 games behind Texas. The Rangers won late last night in Oakland. Ball 4. Trout draws the 1-out walk. Calhoun to second base for Albert Pujols. Pujols hit his 36th homer of the season last night, number 556 of his career, passing Manny Ramirez and taking over sole possession of 14th on the all-time home run list in Major League Baseball. He's driven in 87 with a .238 average. Pujols unable to run well because of a foot injury. He's been playing with that for weeks. He has grounded into 14 double plays. That is a high figure on the Angel Club. 27 career homers at Minute Maid Park, 50 career homers against the Astros, the most of all time. And that's strike one for Fiers.
Good looking curveball. It's the second one that Fiers has used as a starter pitch. The other one on Mike Trout, but that right over the top yanker at the knees.
Pujols, a 3-time MVP. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Baseball mourning the loss today of another 3-time MVP, Hall of Famer Yogi Berra. We'll have more on him later. Tributes are pouring in from all over. Former Yankees bench coach Yogi Berra.
Terrific, gentle man, Brownie.
Yeah, he really was quite a guy. Very humble. Inside, he's a bench coach of the Astros. 2 balls and a strike. And of course, longtime Yankee, many World Series rings and those MVPs. He's surrounded by great players throughout his career. Known for his quotes, but also known for his excellence on the playing field. Foul back by Pujols. It's a 2-ball, 2-strike count to Albert.
You consider some of the players that Yogi Berra was surrounded by, and that he wound up being the MVP 3 times. What a tribute to a guy as a player.
It really is.
And then again, for me, the man was just one of those guys you felt like you were thrilled to be around. A great reputation, but a good fella.
Pujols pops it up. It's back for Stassi, out of play. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You know about Albert Pujols, you think of all the power numbers and the great years. You talked about 3-time MVP. He has led his league in runs scored 5 different times. Of course, I guess the home run lends in that direction, but
well, also he's been a high batting average guy, so when he isn't hitting homers, he's hitting a lot of doubles, getting himself in scoring position, and he's been surrounded by guys behind him who can drive him in. In this case, with Trout hitting in front of him the last few years, that has put a different look on things. David Murphy is hitting behind Pujols right now.
In recent years, we've seen a hobbled Albert Pujols, but he did run a whole lot better in his early days. 102 stolen bases on his career, so he's got some peripheral numbers that are rather impressive.
He's only 7 long balls away from Reggie Jackson. This one gets away from Stassi, and the runners move up. Now it's a full count on the wild pitch. It's Calhoun to third and Trout to second.
You can do everything perfect as a catcher to try to block this pitch, and it's pure luck. When you see a curveball that bounces this far out in front of home plate, that was an ideal job by Stassi, just ultimately didn't win out.
Astros with 1 out leave the infielders back. Calhoun at third, Trout at second now. And that one missed, ball 4. Pujols walks to load the bases for Murphy. Murphy, who was born right here in Houston, now will have this first inning opportunity. Pitching coach Brent Strom going to the mound. And we'll look back at Yogi Berra. Grew up in St. Louis alongside Joe Garagiola. Enlisted in the Navy. And what a great major league career as a catcher and an outfielder, and one of the best bad ball hitters around. More runs batted in than any catcher in history, and just such a threat. Played, manager, coach in 21 World Series, a Hall of Famer in '72, and he was on a ship on a gunboat during the invasion on D-Day of Normandy. Now Murphy, he fouls it. There's strike 1. The bases loaded. The Angels are a .310 hitting team with 6 grand slams. Murphy is 1 for 5 with an RBI in this series. takes it in. It's 1-1. Fiers has been very effective against left-handed hitters since he joined the Astros August 3rd. He's had good location, keeping the ball down, and all that will be called on right here against Murphy. In for a strike.
Nice job on the receiving side here by Max Stassi on an excellent pitch. Key there is to simply get the call.
Murphy swings and misses, and that is a big pitch for a strikeout, second out of the inning.
Well, the strikeout's the first part of it. Recording the out there is the second part, and that's on Max Stassi. What a great job blocking that tough one. Watch what he does. He's not a guy who tries to catch the ball with the glove, and that makes it ideal. Chest protector gets all the work done. See that position when you have the glove down, how the body comes over the baseball, and then the ball stays close.
C.J. Cron is the batter. He's driven in 15 runs in 20 games here in September. He takes the 25th pitch of the inning, and it's strike one to Cron. Started the bat, and they appeal at first. He checked his swing. Sam Holbrook with the call. Cron is hitless in this series. 0 for 7 with a walk.
This inning's a bit like a blocking drill for Max Stassi.
Sure is. And he has another one in the dirt. 1-1.
These are not that breaking ball that bounces behind home plate and you get the job done. Let's take a look at our Super Mo presented by Mattress Firm as we talk about this, but these are pitches bouncing out well in front of home plate, and that is a severe challenge for any catcher.
David Freese is on deck. Laced into center field. That'll score a couple. Rasmus will throw in to Correa. 2-0 Angels on the single by Cron. Cron now has 46 runs batted in.
Now, because Fiers is jamming that curveball in the ground so much, he's left throwing a fastball up in the zone, which again is part of what he does, but Cron all over it.
Angels off to another big first inning. They had a 3-run first last night. Now 2 runs home on 2 hits with 2 outs, runners at first and second. Freese with strike 1. Freese with a .255 average has 11 homers. He's driven in 48 runs, 3 for 7 in his career against Fiers. Freese lets it go, and it's 1-1. Freese is 1 for 6 in this series. John Singleton joining the Astros today as a September call-up. Ground ball, backhanded Valbuena, no play at second. He tosses to Fiers. Good lead toss for the out at first. And the Angels draw first blood with 2 runs on 2 hits, leaving 2. Coming up for the Astros, Altuve, Springer, and Correa against former Astro Nick Tropiano. Tropiano with this lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Jose Altuve, second base. George Springer, right field. Carlos Correa, shortstop. Jed Lowry, third base. Colby Rasmus, center field. Evan Gattis, DH. Preston Tucker, left field. Luis Valbuena, first base. Max Stassi, catcher.
Nick Tropiano on the hill. Of course, Astros farmhand and major leaguer briefly late last season. Pitched well for the Astros. 6 games now, 5 starts for these Angels. 2-2 with an ERA over the 5 mark. A 1.5 whip. A lot of base runners against him. Opponent's batting average against, not bad at .241. Former 5th rounder by the Astros in 2011.
From New York, he went to Stony Brook University, where he was a 2-time America East Conference Pitcher of the Year, and was traded over the winter, along with his battery mate today, Carlos Perez, for Hank Conger. Jose Altuve leads the league in hits with 186. He's 4th in batting average at .313 with 12 homers, taking ball 1 from Tropiano, who is facing the Astros for the first time in his career. Altuve's driven in 59.
Left-hand batters, by the way, Bronny, have hit .298 against Tropiano this year. That's the bad news. The good news is righties have hit .320.
There's a hit to right field by Altuve. He leads off with a single for hit number 187. Still in pursuit of another 200-hit season.
Well, he gets one up and away, out over the plate. It's gorgeous work. And he didn't try to turn and pull that ball, just stayed with it.
He's now 5 for 10 in this series.
That's your batting title stroke from a year ago.
Yeah. George Springer will follow with a .260 average, 14 homers, 34 runs batted in. He has reached base in 22 games in a row. Fouls it for strike 1. Springer and Tropiano have been roommates in the minor leagues. Tropiano was with the Astros. Springer's 2 for 8 with an RBI in this series. Altuve has tied D. Gordon for the major league hit lead now with that one. He leads in steals in the AL with 37. He's been caught 13 times. That also is the top figure in the AL. He dives back in, as you might have noticed on that graphic. 1 steal since September 2nd. The Astros have had 22 caught stealings since the All-Star break. Springer fouls it away, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Congratulations to longtime friend Harry Shattuck, who's been a sports writer in the Houston area for many, many years, now retired. He received the Astros Wall of Fame honor, inducted into the Wall of Fame today. In tight, and it's 1-2. Harry Shattuck, along with Christy Rican of the Associated Press, Jesus Ortiz of the Houston Chronicle, showing him his plaque for the Wall of Honor, which will be hanging right outside in the hallway here. Quick throw to first base.
Harry was one of the mainstays around this team back in the days, the 80s primarily, I think of, even 79 when I came on and joined the team.
Yeah. Perez comes up with the block. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Back in the days when the Houston Post was competing with the Houston Chronicle, Kenny Hand and Harry Shattuck were the beat writers covering this club on a daily basis, traveling, so you got to know them pretty well back then.
We were a 2-paper town in those days.
Yep. Step back off the rubber for Tropiano. The Astros have not been effective stealing bases against the Angels this year, although they lead the American League with 110 steals. Against the Angels, they have 11 steals, but 10 caught stealing. And another throw will indicate why. They are making multiple throws. And that has been a deterrent to the running game down through the years, as your old battery mate Jim Neshea has discovered to his success.
Yeah, JD just didn't have that quick slide step to the plate, so he relied on a lot of throws over to first base. Some guys just shut it down with the quickness to the plate.
Still 2-2.
Dallas Keuchel is the prime example of what I'll bet he hasn't thrown to first base 10 times this year, and I'll bet it's well under that. But you just don't run against him. You can't.
Tropiano, his last time out 3 days ago, worked in relief at Minnesota in an 8-1 loss, 1 inning in between starts. Now it's 3-2 on Springer. Well, last night the Angels fired out with 3 in the first, and the Astros got 2 in the second. Springer does take a lot of close pitches.
He does, and that's dangerous with a couple of strikes.
He has a .358 on base average, including 48 walks. Altuve goes, and there's a foul ball. Tropiano has struck out 22 in 26 2/3 major league innings this year. His last start was September 15th at Seattle, and he won that game 4-3. He went 5 innings, giving up 2 runs, throwing 83 pitches. When he was with the Astros last year, he was 1-3 with the big league club with a 4.57 ERA. Throws to first. He's been known as a good ground ball pitcher. Nice changeup.
In fact, that was a change on the 3-2 that Springer just fouled off.
This year he has started 16 games for AAA Salt Lake. He was 3-6 there with a 4.81 ERA. Altuve going, foul back again. And the battle continues for George Springer. Tropiano began the year at Salt Lake, but then made his Angels debut April 23rd against Oakland, and he won that game with 6 shutout innings, 2-0 back on April 23rd. Then he didn't have another big league appearance until July 24th, and that first start as an Angel is still his best. Altuve going again. This fly ball chases Trout back into right center. Trout will get there for the running catch, and Altuve retreats. Another fine play by Trout, who in addition to those excellent ranging catches has not made an error all year. 407 total chances.
Defensively for the Angels, you saw Mike Trout in center field. He's flanked by David Murphy in left and Cole Calhoun in right. Left side of the infield, David Freese and Eric Ibar. On the right, it's Taylor Featherston and C.J. Cron. Carlos Perez, former Astros minor leaguer, doing the job pretty much daily now for these Angels.
Yeah, Perez started Friday night. Chris Iannetta got the start last night. Carlos Correa with 19 homers, 56 runs batted in, has hit .278 in his rookie season. 364 against the Halos. There's ball 1 to him. He's 4 for 8 in this series with 2 doubles, a homer, and 3 runs batted in. Big game was Monday night when he had a 2-run homer and an RBI double in the Astros 6-3 win. Last night he went 1 for 4 with a walk on his birthday. Altuve takes off. Here's the throw from Perez, sailing, and he's safe. Featherston had to dive to prevent that throw from going into the outfield. On the steal for Altuve is 38.
Here's the thing for me on a guy like Tropiano, who might have a tough time stopping base stealers, is you can throw over all you want, and when you finally have to come to the plate, if you're not quick enough, guys are going to nab you, and that's what Altuve does.
Works his way into scoring position with a 1-1 count for Correa now. That's slashed and caught by Cron at first on a leaping play. 2 outs. The Astros are getting some pretty good swings.
Yeah, the Astros have been having their issues trying to get runners home, but they've also, and in particular, not so much last night's game, but line drives at people have been costly. That, if it gets down the right field side, he easily scores Altuve and likely sets up Correa at second base. So, yeah, crazy game.
Jed Lowry on a 6-game hitting streak has gone 17 for 61 lately, and there's ball one. That's a 279 stretch for Lowry.
Today's Key to the Game is brought to you by your Houston area Chevy dealers, and we're talking about some of those numbers with runners in scoring position. 243 average on the season for the club, 223 this month, so it's been down. They were 0 for 8 last night, and when you're not driving them home, you're just not going to win many of those games.
2-0. Well, Lowry in the month of September has an 820 OPS. He's been one of the go-to hitters for the Astros this month, including that 3-run homer a week ago Sunday in Anaheim. Now the count's 3-0 on Jed.
You know, I think that number that we talked about with the right-hand hitters hitting 320 against Tropiano has been borne out here in the inning. The hit by Altuve, line-outs by both Springer and Correa.
Rasmus is on deck. Lowry looks at it. It's strike one. He is unhappy with that Ted Barrett call. Barrett is the crew chief.
Pretty close pitch.
Tropiano's walked 7 in 27 innings. He turns back to second. Jared Weaver got Altuve on that inside move Friday night. He was breaking for third, and they tagged him out in a rundown. Ibar's playing right behind Altuve. Lowry fouls it, and it's a full count now. Angels will go back home to play Seattle next. They'll have tomorrow off, and then they'll be facing 18-game winner Felix Hernandez Friday night, with Garrett Richards going for his 15th win for the Halos. Lowry fouls it away. Astros off tomorrow. Players will be taking part in a charity golf tournament in this area. And then Friday night, it's Scott Kazmir and Giovanni Gallardo will be on the air with a pregame show at 6:30 Friday night. Saturday, we are not on the air because the Fox network has selected that game, which will have a noon start for Colin McHugh and Derek Holland. Sunday, we'll have a 12:30 pregame show for Dallas Keuchel and Martin Perez. Still 3-2 to Lowry. There's a bigger weekend around than the Astros Rangers starting Friday in Major League Baseball. We're going to have to see it.
You know what? And I think that's actually turned into a rivalry a bit now for the players between those two teams.
Yeah. Lowry rolls over on it and fouls it to Rich Dower, the first base coach.
I think for a good long while it was a rivalry only for discussion for a lot of folks, the silver boot and all that sort of thing. I think right now there's a little angst between the two teams.
This place should be hopping Friday night. Final 3 home games of the regular season for the Astros. They are 4-12 against the Rangers, 2-4 here at Minute Maid Park. Lowry gets underneath it, fly ball out to right center. Cole Calhoun coming in for it for the catch to end the first inning with no runs, a hit and a man left. 2-0 Angels after 1. 7-0, and you see some of the hitting along the way. And there was great pitching as well. Chris Davinsky, 7 innings, no earned runs. That was his first AAA start for Davinsky. Alex Presley scoring that run. That's quite a win, as the Fresno Grizzlies have delivered the AAA championship. Tony DeFrancesco, their manager, will be joining the Astros soon. Carlos Perez leads it off in the second inning. There is strike one. It was really unusual, the fact that Davinsky came up from AA and started that game and pitched so very well. Dan Straley was here. He had been promoted, so he couldn't start that game. And then the shortstop regularly, Nolan Fontana for Fresno, had an injury. And so Gio Meyer came up from AA Corpus Christi, and he started at shortstop in that game. Went very well for Tony D. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Carlos Perez. Mike Fiers already has thrown 34 pitches in this game.
Mike needs about 6 more feet on that curveball today.
Foul, and here is Valbuena making that catch to retire Perez. 1 out in the second inning. Featherston will be next. Taylor Featherston was born in Houston, went to Katie Taylor High School. Been playing quite a bit at second base, with the injury picture forcing that. Featherston 0 for 4 in this series. Then he went on to TCU after Katie Taylor High School. It was a Rule 5 pick for the Angels. They got him in a trade after the Cubs took him in the Rule 5. Springer waits for it. 2 outs. Johnny Giovatello was their second baseman. He's been out with a nerve problem, trying to work his way back for the final days of the season, kind of like Carlos Gomez with the Astros. Eric Ibar line to center on the first pitch of the game. Gomez continues to do more and more, and he could pinch run in a game or play the outfield, but swinging the bat is coming along slower now. Strike to Ibar on the big curveball. The Astros will be facing some left-handers. Saturday, Derek Harlan. Sunday, Martin Perez. And then at Seattle, more left-handers coming up. They're hoping that Gomez could be available for those games. 1-1. C.J. Cron's 2-run single in the first inning, accounting for the Angels' runs. Off the plate, and it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. The McCullers last night wound up with 7 innings, giving up 4 hits and 3 earned runs, with 9 punch-outs, but he lost it. Hector Santiago won it 4-3. Line and off the mitt of Valbuena. Now this is going to be an opportunity for Ibar to reach first base. Valbuena reached out. It appeared to be a fairly easy play, but he couldn't hold it. So Ibar is on with 2 down.
Valbuena was extremely casual on the previous pop-up down the line that he made the play on as Carlos Perez hit it down the right side. And I just felt like he was just being quite casual again here.
He draws an error, his 6th of the year. Two outs, and Calhoun will be next. Calhoun lined a single to right field in the first inning. Ibar has 13 stolen bases. He's been caught 5 times. Left-handed hitters have managed just a 161 average while Fiers has been with the Astros against him. Swing there and a strike to Calhoun. little bit more on Harry Shattuck, the Wall of Honor inductee. He had a 40-year career from 1970 through 2009 at the Chronicle. He was the Astros beat writer 14 years, from 72 through 85. Fires, throws to first. Ibar dives back. Major implications attached to this game today for the winner and the loser. 72% of the time Ibar has been successful. It will certainly have a lot to do with their outlook on the final 10 days of the season. What happens in this game? The Angels are currently 2.5 behind the Astros for the second wild card spot. So they're either 3.5 or 1.5 back, based on what happens today. Minnesota Twins are currently 2 games behind the Astros for that second wild card spot. Line, Altuve on a short hop play gets it over to Valbuena. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. 2-0 Angels. Rasmus, Gaddis, and Tucker coming up.
Inside the box score. Some of the numbers we've looked at over the course of the year. When the Astros score 4 or more runs, they're a winner. 65-13 when they score 3 or less. You can see that really impacts them negatively. 1-run games, not so good. 9 games under 500. When they score first, they win. That's a hard one to understand when hitting home runs. They also win when not hitting home runs. You would figure it goes the other way.
Colby Rasmus, 2-0 Angels. Takes ball 1 from Tropiano. Rasmus with 21 homers, 53 runs batted in, has a .235 batting average, .313 on base average for Colby. But this month he's perked up at .291 on the batting average side of the stats. And he's also been drawing a lot of walks. He's drawn 10 walks in the month of September. 2-0 to Colby.
I think when you're hitting home runs or you're hitting really well, you will draw walks. You present fear. It never turns the other way around for me.
Right. 2-1. It's the 4th time he's hit 20 homers or more in a major league season. His OPS in September is .973. Changeup works for strike 2 for Tropiano. Now it's 3 balls, 2 strikes.
In fact, I would say as an example, the Toronto Blue Jays are probably the perfect team. They've got some thumpers, 3 guys with over 100 RBIs. Donaldson likely the MVPs, Jose Bautista and Edwin Encarnacion. They are some of the most serious hackers in the game.
Crone tosses to Tropiano, but they walk, don't they?
They certainly do, because of the way they slam the baseball. That's my assessment. And those guys, when you look at OPS leaders around the league, you find that those guys are among the leaders in both slugging and on base. And I think it's because of the prowess on that slugging side.
Evan Gattis on a 4-game hitting streak has a .243 batting average, 26 homers to lead the Astros, 85 runs batted in to lead the Astros. But he's hit just 150 against the Angel pitching. Strike 1 to Gattis. Evan is 2 for 9 with a homer in this series. Preston Tucker's on deck. Foul back, and it's 0-2. Both these teams hit back-to-back homers last night. Carlos Correa hit a ball for a double to center field, and it was measured at 433 feet. One and two. Breaking pitch did not have great rotation on it. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Evan Gattis. Struck him out. Strikeout number 1 for Tropiano.
Get your running shoes on and join us for the Badges and Bases 5K and 10K run at Minute Maid Park on Saturday, October 3rd. Kids 12 and under can enter. The kids can run a fun run. Can enter the kids fun run, and all participants will receive a commemorative t-shirt. For more information, visit astros.com/run.
Preston Tucker getting the starting assignment today in left field. Punches that one foul. There's strike 1. 247 for Preston, 13 homers, 33 runs batted in. He was announced as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning last night, but did not bat. So he doesn't have an at bat in this series. 1 ball, 1 strike. But Tucker hit a big home run in that game in Anaheim a week ago Sunday when the Astros came from behind to win it with a 5-run ninth. That really got it started. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Tucker. Preston making his 73rd start of the year. 59 of them have been in left field. 2-2. With 18 doubles, he's in the top 5 among American League rookies, and 13 homers rank him 5th among AL rookies. So he has a .446 slugging percentage. This guy has some pop. The appeal goes to third. He checked his swing, and it's 3-2. Chris Conroy with a call. Soft foul pop comes back out of play, and it's still 3-2. You mentioned the Astros 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position last night. They're working the count today. They've had only 1 base runner, and Altuve stole his way into scoring position. They have 4 full counts, which could make a difference later on in this game. Tropiano usually doesn't go deep, and Tucker looks at that one. Should be ball 4. Well, apparently the count was incorrect. It's now 3-2. Now some questioning of the home plate umpire. Yeah, we had 3-2 before that pitch, and so it should have been ball 4. The Astros are saying to Conroy, Conroy is telling Tucker not to go to first. A.J. Hinch coming out to question why that was not ball 4. This is Ted Barrett. Ted Barrett's a home plate umpire. Now they can check on this on replay and make sure of the count. But first of all, Ted Barrett's going to call in the second base umpire, Angel Hernandez, for a conference. Some of the base umpires may be aware of the actual count. Now, this should not require a manager challenge, right?
I would think not. I would think this is, come on, fellas, let's confer and or check it out and get this thing right. Which is, I guess, what a manager's challenge is all about. But
those are the 3 balls down low there. And ball 4.
I don't think they would have gotten it right, Brownie, had you not made the ball 4 call up here.
We'll see.
I think that alerted a lot of folks.
No, they know on that bench. They're watching. They're paying close attention. But no, this should not be a manager's challenge because it's an umpiring situation to get the count right.
Those clickers are just not what they used to be.
Think of how many balls and strikes these guys call in a season. But yes, the little clicker the umpires have is meant to keep that count.
What's the official name of the clicker?
Umpire indicator, maybe?
Maybe that's what it is, yeah. So if you're looking for one online, you can't just type in clicker. You're not going to get anywhere.
But if you play baseball, you know what we're talking about. That little device an umpire has in his pocket. Not all of them use it. It's good training, though, certainly in amateur baseball where there's no scoreboard. Somebody has to make sure that the count is right. It can't be checked like this.
You know, eventually they're going to get this right. So if you're the opposing manager and you know what the scenario is, why not just throw up the white flag?
Right. Looks like ball 4 is the call. Tucker draws the 2-out walk. Let's look at it pitch by pitch now. Now Mike Scioscia, of course, comes out. Strike 1. Ball 1. 1-2. 2-2. 3-2. 4-2. So that's that, and here's Luis Valbuena. Strike 1 to Valbuena. Valbuena, a .210 hitter, has 22 homers, 51 runs batted in. Has 3 of those homers against the Halos this year and 6 runs batted in. Oh, 2. Took 2 minutes and 24 seconds to determine.
That's the longest walk review in the league this year.
Valbuena looks at it. It's 1-2 to Luis. Valbuena 1 for 3 in this series. He had a pinch walk in last night's game, an intentional walk. Two balls and 2 strikes. Max Stassi on deck. Valbuena's 2 for 10 on the homestand. Check swing roller, and here comes Freese barehanding, no play, an infield excuse me hit for Valbuena.
Valbuena probably thinking right about now, it's about time, all those line drives, and he can remember every one of them on the year that was hit at somebody. And he's had a bunch, to be fair.
It's a good angle showing you how far David Freese had to come to get that ball. Stassi has 2 men on. That's ball 1 to Max. Hitting .385 with the Astros. 1 homer, 2 runs batted in. 5 for 13. 25th pitch of the inning is coming up for Tropiano. Stassi hit his first major league homer Saturday against Oakland. Two balls, no strikes. Stassi was recalled from Fresno August 29th. Jason Castro was on the disabled list at that time. Fouls it back, and it's 2-1. Stassi hit that home run Saturday to the opposite field. Hit it very well to right field.
Didn't look like one of those opposite field mistakes that you'll occasionally see a guy hit where he doesn't know where the baseball is going. His body was just going that way, and it was perfection. Like a guy on his 400th home run of his career.
Yeah. And he came off the bench to hit that home run in the 8th inning of the 10-6 win Saturday night. Then he started Sunday and went 2 for 4.
And I keep talking about the way he looks behind the plate. It's been really good.
Inside to him. 3-1. Ball 4 loads the bases for Jose Altuve.
It's your classic rally going on here. Walk, check swing, base hit, and a walk. Take advantage, though.
Now Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, comes out, and just think, if the Astros hadn't made an issue out of that pitch to Tucker being ball 4, who knows if this would have happened or not. Altuve single to right center in the first inning. Day game currently underway in Major League Baseball. Detroit leads the White Sox 7-2. They're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Tigers sent home their closer, Bruce Rondon. Apparently there was a lack of effort there on his part. Tap foul. There's strike 1 to Altuve.
That can't look good on the resume.
No. When you get sent home with a week or 10 days to go in the season, you have really messed up. Altuve's hit .409 on the homestand, going 9 for 22. One and one to Altuve. He's been one of the Astros' top hitters in these situations. Tucker at third, Valbuena at second, Stassi the runner at first. In for strike 2, and it's 1-2 to Altuve. Angels had a doubleheader on Saturday after a rainout Friday in Minnesota. They are without their 8th inning setup man, Joe Smith, out with a sprained ankle. Grounded to Freese at third. He steps on the bag for the force play on Valbuena. No runs, a hit, 3 men left after 2. 2-0 Angels.
holding up. They lead at 2-0 as we move to the third. Hey, free Houston Astros Crushed City yard signs are still available at select Academy Sports and Outdoor stores, but they're going fast. Go to rootsports.com/yard signs for a list of participating locations before they run out. And we are told that as this team continues to make a push toward the playoffs, they're starting to go pretty fast. People are putting them in their yard, as when Montanissimo did. People are putting them in the front yard, backyard. I was on I-10 and saw one plastered to the side of a car. I don't recommend you do that, but put one in your yard while you can. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Bart. There's ball one to Mike Trout. Well, Christy Feliz, who joins us, knows something about those signs. She probably has 4 or 5 in her own yard.
Encourage everyone to go pick it up and show your spirit for this team as we continue this pennant race. It's exciting right now, isn't it?
It is, and just 3 home games remaining in the regular season after today.
Can you believe that?
It's gone so fast, especially September. You know, we've had some pretty bad Septembers the last few years.
You know, it feels good to be relevant right now, and it's really heating up. We're excited about the baseball that's in the park right now, and particularly this weekend with Texas coming in. So not only do we have exciting pennant play baseball that I know the fans are so pumped about, we also have some great things going on in the park as usual. We'll start it off on Friday night. We are going to be honoring Rex Jones in a pregame ceremony, who's spent his entire 37-year career in the Astros organization, our longtime assistant athletic trainer, most notably known for that signature mustache. So we'll be honoring him pregame on Friday and then heading into the game, finishing it up with our last installment of Friday Night Fireworks presented by Marathon Oil Corporation.
George Springer catching the Trout fly ball, 1 out. Yeah, fireworks are always big. Final fireworks show of the year.
Isn't that, I still can't believe it. I feel like we were planning opening day about a month ago. It's been fun. It's been fun. That fireworks theme is going to be a 2015 chart toppers. And then, of course, kicking off the day with the St. Arnold's Happy Hour featuring 25 specials at the St. Arnold Bar in left field, and Day Fresh Budweiser at the Budweiser patio from 5 to 6:30 p.m. And Z Tequila is also offering their $6 specials for classic lime and prickly pear margaritas in the 5-7 grill. So lots of fun to be had on Friday night.
And we encourage everybody to get out early. We expect that the crowd will be energized by the rivalry between the Astros and Rangers. So
Absolutely.
Why not come straight from work or get off work a couple hours early?
I like that plan, actually. And then Saturday, just a reminder of our switched game time, picked up nationally this game against the Rangers on Fox. So it's going to start at 12:05 Central Time, which is super exciting. We really know the implications of that series with the Rangers, and we're happy that so many folks are going to be able to watch that one. Has made some slight modifications to our Hispanic Heritage Street Festival presented by Montejo. It will still be going on just from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. out on the plaza on Crawford Street. And we're also moving some of the elements inside the ballpark, so we'll still have lots of great activities going on that day. We'll have traditional Spanish dancers out there, some local food trucks, activities for folks of all ages, live Latin music by Katana and La Orquesta Panchangara, and performance by DJ Geraldo from Mega 101, all thanks to Chuli Music. We'll also have a Q&A session hosted by Spanish radio broadcasters Alex Trevino and Francisco Romero with Astros legend Jose Cheo Cruz at 11 o'clock. And special appearances from our players Michael Feliz and Oliver Perez out at the festival as well.
Albert Pujols with a fly ball to Colby Rasmus, 2 outs. What else do you have lined up for the weekend? And
then bringing that Hispanic Heritage celebration inside the park, our players will be wearing their Los Astros uniforms for that game, so that's always fun to see. And then also on Saturday, we'll be recognizing our minor league MVPs, infielder A.J. Reed and right-hand pitcher Joe Musgrove, the pitcher and player of the year from our minor league system. They'll be signing autographs on the concourse and home run alley from 11 to 11:30. So great minor league showing this year once again.
Altuve throws at Murphy. That was quick. Thanks for the quick preview of the weekend.
You're very welcome. Come on out.
2-0 Yankees. getting Trout, Pujols, and Murphy. He seems to be back on track again now, and the Astros would love to respond with some runs. With Springer, Correa, and Lowry due up against Tropiano here. Tropiano walked 2, gave up the infield hit to Valbuena after getting the first 2 men out in the second inning, and he had to expend several pitches in that second frame. The Astros have had a look at him now one time through the order, and it'll be George Springer coming up. He hit the ball well to right center field. Trout caught up with it on a 3-2 count back in the first inning. Tropiano staked to the early 2-run lead with the Cron single in the first inning. Goes to work on Springer now. By the way, one more note from Christy Feliz. Sunday is Fan Appreciation Day for the 110 game with the Rangers. Springer grounds. Backhand play by David Freese. 1 out on 1 pitch. The 2015 team poster giveaway will be on Sunday.
Our TXU Energy Power player is Carlos Correa, and Mike Scioscia's thoughts on his near home run in the 9th last night. He said, oh my goodness, that ball was killed. This might be the only park that ball's not out of. We caught a break there. Yeah, the ball was destroyed, and I had mentioned at the time maybe Detroit the only other yard that holds that ball, but pretty impressive stuff.
Strike 1 to Correa. He lined to a leaping first baseman Cron his first time up. In the dirt on a breaking pitch, and it's 1-1. The team poster giveaway coming up on Sunday. The Incredible C's. A lot of C's there.
As in Keuchel?
Yeah, sort of. With a K. 2 balls and a strike. You can get a 2016 team schedule during that Fan Appreciation Day Sunday for 10,000 fans. Special fan prizes will be given away during each half-inning break. Freese gets this one on the short hop. 2 down. Jed Lowry will follow. Sunday is Kroger Family Sunday. Kids ages 5 through 14 can run the bases. So that will be the regular season finale Sunday with the Astros and the Rangers. Jed Lowry hit a fly ball to right on a 3-2 count in the first inning. We checked back on that ball 4 situation with Preston Tucker. It was an umpire's review called a crew chief review for record keeping. For Ted Barrett. Strike 1. One ball, 1 strike.
Record keeping purposes only, huh?
Well, did make for a much more interesting inning, we have to admit. Lowry started for it, stopped the bat. The appeal went down to third base. Chris Conroy said he checked it, and it's 2-1.
Well, the Astros' first inning looked like they were going to be all over the stuff of Tropiano, but just tightened it up.
Lowry looks at it. It's 3-1. Jed puts that one in the air, foul. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Lowry. It is a warm day outside. Nice to have the air conditioning this weekend. Expected to remain warm and sunny. Lowry strikes out. Tropiano has a 1-2-3 third. 2-0 Angels. Angels got their 2 runs in the first. C.J. Cron drove in those 2 with a single to center. He's the batter now, leading it off in the 4th inning. Mike Fiers has allowed 2 hits, both singles. The Astros have 2 hits. Strike for Fiers. Curveball is cracked foul on the ground, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Wound up over there somewhere.
Apparently a rather upsetting play.
Foul ball. Fiers made 1 outing in relief with the Astros since he made his first start with them August 9th at Oakland. He has a 2.20 ERA as a starter, and in that period of time, that's 4th best in the American League and 9th best in the majors. Lowry at third. Throws out Cron, 1 out.
This moment in history is brought to you by M.D. Anderson. Jim DeShays strikes out 8 consecutive L.A. Dodgers to start his outing. That was on September 23rd, 1986, setting a major league record in the process on the way to a 6-hit complete game shutout that day. It was just the first game of what would go down as the best 3 pitching games down the stretch in the Astros history. That, of course, Nolan Ryan followed, and then the Mike Scott no-hitter. Some rather impressive pitching.
David Freese with ball 1. 1 for 7 in this series. He grounded out to Valbuena. Yeah, 2-hitter, 1-hitter, no-hitter in sequence in those 3 games. 1 ball, 1 strike. Will there ever be a better 3-game run of pitching for the Astros? Boy,
how about for anybody?
It's a hard one to top. Yeah,
that is tough
for anybody's right.
DeShays going out there and striking out those first 8. And then Tommy Lasorda pinch hitting for his pitcher. That was baffling. Well, it's still baffling all these years later.
Well, the score at the time was what, about 2-0 Astros, something like that.
Yeah, it wasn't one of those games where you go, well, the pitcher is doomed. He's going to be pinch hit for in this inning. It wasn't like that at all.
Breeze with a swing, and that's a strikeout for out number 2.
But Tommy did win that one. He got a pop up out of the pinch hitter and stopped the strikeout streak.
Strikeout, yeah.
Mike Fiers bringing the breaking ball now, getting it all the way to Max Stassi and coming up with a strikeout. Is that the breaking ball or the change?
Couldn't tell. He also throws a splitter. He has a big assortment. What a big toolbox. Carlos Perez fouled out to the first baseman. Perez is 24 years old. He came up through the Toronto organization. Then Houston got him in a major deal in 2012. Fouls it back, strike 1. He's been catching, as you indicated earlier, more than Chris Iannetta for the last several weeks.
He's becoming much more that everyday guy, but that's not completely everyday. But I think what they love is, as a young man, he seems to call a good game. He throws very well, and it's not like they're getting thunder out of the bats of anybody else.
Foul back, 0-2. Fiers now has thrown 13 of 17 first pitch strikes in this game. He had back-to-back walks in the first inning after the Calhoun single, so bases loaded, but then he struck out Murphy for the second out before Cron delivered the 2 runs with his single up the middle. 1-2. These Astros starting pitchers have had a lot of games with patterns like this one. Not a whole lot of run support in the early innings. He's had 4 groundouts, 5 in the air, and 2 strikeouts. Curve is fouled. Featherston on deck. Tigers lead the White Sox 7-3. They're in the bottom of the 7th in Detroit. It's 2-2 now for Fiers.
You know, I've long said that Mike Matheny, now manager of the St. Louis Cardinals and once upon a time an excellent catcher, was the best ball blocker, the pitch blocker I've ever seen. And he still may be, but Max Stassi is very similar.
Full count now. And he walked him. Third walk for Fiers. That gets Featherston to the plate. Stassi goes out to the mound. And even though the pitcher, of course, is not bad in American League games, same principle applies. Featherston is a number 9 hitter. He's hitting 161 coming into this game. So ideally, a pitcher would like to be facing him leading off the next inning. Now he bats here in this inning. And even if he makes the third out in this inning, that puts Ibar at the plate leading off the 5th.
I guarantee you Mike Scioscia's in your corner with those comments.
In the dirt for ball 1. Your comments about Matheny and Stassi are interesting.
You know, the thing about Mike Matheny, and I'll cut in, is he used to practice that way. In between innings, if his pitcher threw a pitch in the dirt, he was turning over and blocking just like that. And I never saw anybody else do that. He was always at it. And so when it came time in the game, he was perfect. But I'm seeing the same thing from Max Stassi. He just doesn't try to catch it with the glove. Just fills it up perfectly, bends over the baseball, and has that short rebound off the body.
In for a strike. 1-1. Especially a guy like Mike Fiers, who's tall. He can use that 6'3" frame to drive the pitch downward. And if Stassi can get down low, and he does, for that target, that could give him a very nice angle for the pitch. And at that point, trying to hit a round baseball with a round bat with the ball traveling downwards at a pretty good clip. It's fair to assume that there will be a number of ground balls hit on the bottom of the bat there if things work out right. Fiers, though, has a little hop. You know, he'll throw a fastball at 91, but he'll get a fair amount of fly balls on that pitch, too. This one comes over toward the right field line. George Springer, just enough room for the catch. No runs, no hits, and a man left. 2-0 Halos in the 4th.
Play a little game we like to call Name That Astro. We give you some clues. You try to figure out who it is. Shoot us a tweet if you think you know who it is. So here are your clues. He's a former 49er. He pitched in the '06 World Baseball Classic, but not for the USA. Middle name is Dwayne. If you think you know who it is, tweet us. We will reveal this player a little bit later in the game. Guys, back up to you.
Dwayne. Middle name.
It's a middle name.
Are we supposed to know everybody's middle name
I
now?
couldn't tell you one guy's middle name, I don't think, down here.
That's just not anything we focus on too much, Bart.
I'm scuffling even with the 49er part.
Yeah. Colby Rasmus leads it off and swings. There's strike one. Home fourth inning. 2-0 Angels. Rasmus worked the count full and grounded out to first base in the second inning. Middle name of Dwayne.
It's Dwayne Johnson.
Oh, okay. Should have known that. No balls, 2 strikes.
Of course, that's his first name, but really doesn't matter.
If we had to go through a whole week with our friends and call them only by their middle names, nobody would be able to do that.
Nobody would respond if you got it right.
No. Tigers 7, White Sox 3. They're in the top of the 8th in the other day game in MLB. Justin Verlander's on the mound for Detroit. Colby fouls it. Still no balls, 2 strikes. Victor Martinez hit his 11th home run. Melky Cabrera for the White Sox belted number 12. So we'll be focusing in on that batting race in the final week. Miguel Cabrera is the leader in the AL, 337, 12 points ahead of Xander Bogaerts. 12 points is a pretty good lead going into the final 10 days. Rasmus is down, and that's punch out number 3 for Tropiano.
You mentioned Xander Bogaerts. He has been really good and consistently good. Just a heck of a looking young hitter.
Boston has some building blocks for next year.
Yeah, they would seem to.
Evan Gattis struck out in the second inning. Grounds this one foul. There's strike one.
Got that young DH that tried to hit 40 dingers again.
All the rest of the action will be tonight in the majors, including Texas playing at Oakland. In for a strike, 0-2. That'll be a 9:05 Central start for the Rangers and the Oakland A's. Colby Lewis for Texas, Felix Dubrod for Oakland. 1-2. Rangers now are 81 and 69, so they are 3 ahead of the Astros in the loss column. This will be the 75th pitch for Tropiano. A rather high count for 3 1/3 innings. Gattis out to right center. Featherston out for it, and he catches up with it. 2 outs.
He's a good looking defensive player.
Yes.
Yeah, that play he made on the Carlos Correa ball on the Miracle Sunday for the Astros a couple of Sundays back. Not as good as you'll see from any second sacker. He's got to get the glue out of the glove, but
it was a tough one for him, wasn't it? He had to answer all those questions, and that had never happened to him before. Tucker drew a 2-out walk in the second inning. Fouls it for strike one. One ball and 1 strike. Two balls and 1 strike. Make it 2-2 with Valbuena on deck. Yankees are in Toronto tonight. Yankees won last night, and they are currently 2.5 behind the Blue Jays. Nova and Stroman tonight. Popped up. Perez back near the screen. Won't have a play on it. Those folks in those seats right behind the screen are just about as close to home plate as the pitcher in this ballpark. Maybe even a little closer.
I think some of them are closer.
Yeah. Blue Jays 2.5 in front of the Yankees. The Orioles, Rays, and Red Sox playing out the string. Strikeout, and that's number 4. Tropiano mowing down Astros, has retired 7 in a row, and through 4 he leads it 2-0. By Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the new spicy nacho chicken sandwich munchie meal tonight only at Jack in the Box. And by Woodlands Church. A big church makes a big difference. Best hour of your week. The Altuve fans are gathered, hoping for some Astros offense. They trail 2-0, but first of all, Mike Fiers has to pitch. In the top of the 5th inning, they watch around the home run pump. And it's Ibar leading it off, taking ball 1. Eric Ibar has lined to center and reached on an error. Great stories online about Yogi Berra today. Fouled away, 1-1.
See one of the headlines on MLB's stories about Yogi. The word that comes up is kindness.
Yeah.
And wisdom along with it. But I would agree with the kindness thing for certain. He was just a nice gentleman.
Craig Biggio signs on to that, certainly. Craig talked with the Houston media before the game. 2 balls and a strike. We talked about several things, and he kept mentioning how humble Yogi was. Talked about his wife Carmen and what a great relationship they had down through the years. There was a great quote from Casey Stengel, the manager of the Yankees, when Yogi was playing, talking about Yogi having more than his share of luck down through the years. Of course, he was around a lot of championship teams. Fly ball to left field. Tucker. Bart.
Well, Brownie, you know, it was an interesting morning talking to Craig Biggio and A.J. Hinch about Yogi Berra, and they both had such great things to say about him. As you guys have covered, he was just such a humble, kind man, truly liked people. But, of course, everybody remembers the Yogi-isms, and here are a few of them. I usually take a 2-hour nap from 1 to 4. I think Little League is wonderful because it keeps the kids out of the house. Why buy good luggage? You only use it when you travel. Makes perfect sense to me. Nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded. That's my personal favorite right there.
Yeah.
Great guy. I got a chance to meet him back in the 80s when he was here. And my whole conversation with Yogi, all he talked about was how great Mickey Mantle was, or Whitey Ford was, or this player or that player. He acted as if he was just sort of riding their coattails.
Yeah.
He was just so humble. And I want to get your thoughts on this, Ash. This guy caught both games of a doubleheader 117 times in his career. That makes me tired just thinking about it.
Guys today don't know what doubleheaders are anymore. It used to be a routine part of the week in Major League Baseball because you had an extra off day usually. But yeah, his era very different from any era that has followed, I think. And to see that Yogi was a 3-time MVP is mind-blowing when you had a chance to see him physically. Small man, but such a big man in just everything about him.
And that was another one of Casey Stengel's quotes. And the one about his luck was great. Casey Stengel said he was the kind of guy who was so lucky he could fall into a sewer and come out of it with a gold watch. And we heard from Craig Biggio on that. Upstairs to Calhoun. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Cole Calhoun. And did you ever see any evidence, Craig, of Yogi's luck? He said, oh, yeah, he'd be out hitting fungos out around second base, and he'd turn his back on the hitter during batting practice, and the ball never hit him. He would be the only guy who could turn his back on the hitter, and the ball would never hit him.
No need for him to watch at all. I loved his comment about the sun field, left field at Old Yankee Stadium. Said it gets late early out there.
That was a beauty.
Yeah.
And then he said, ran across another one today, Ash. Carmen, his wife, asked him years ago, where would you like to be buried? And he said, surprise me.
Now that sounds like there was actually some wisdom.
That's gone. Calhoun with number 24. A no-doubter, making it 3-0 Angels. '79 runs batted in for Cole Calhoun.
You didn't wait to see that one land, did you?
That thing just took off, didn't it? That was a rocket shot.
Yeah, he got a fastball grooved on that inner third, and say that was the sweet spot of the bat.
Well up into that second deck, out there toward right center. Mike Trout bats next. Strike to Trout. Trout walked and scored in the first. He hit a fly ball to right in the third. Trout's hit 138 homers, the most by a center fielder through age 23. Altuve, 2 outs. Pujols will be next. Casey Stengel also said about Yogi Berra, he knew how to get everybody out.
He used to sit as the bench coach of the Astros and just watch the games, and he would talk about what was coming up in an inning. 2-3 hitters in advance. He had it all in his head. He didn't need paperwork or a computer, obviously, but he just had that knack of following the game kind of in a way that not many do.
That's what Bidge said. He said he'd make a comment during a game, maybe the second or third inning, and sure enough, 2 or 3 innings later it would happen. Pujols with a walk and a fly ball. Takes that one, and it's 1-1. And I asked Craig, did Yogi do anything with you when you were a catcher to help your mechanics? He says, yes, on my throwing he did, and it was getting better, and then they made me a second baseman. In the air, and it goes out toward the right fielder, George Springer. For out number 3, Calhoun's homer makes it 3-0 Angels in the 5th. This series, they would go home with a 6-4 road trip record if they do that. And the Astros are looking for a turnaround. Nick Tropiano now has a 3-0 lead. He's thrown 81 pitches through 4. Valbuena leads it off in the home 5th inning. Tropiano's given up just a single to Altuve and a check swing infield hit to Valbuena in this game. He gets a call there, and it's strike 1. He has walked a couple. Stassi on deck. Altuve due up 3rd. In for a strike, and now it's 0-2 to Valbuena. .51 home victories for the Astros this year, the second most in a single season in the history of this ballpark, which is 15 years old. The 2005 Astros finished 53-28. Club record for wins at home is 55, set in 1980 with the Allen Ashby Astros, and in '98 as well at the Astrodome. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Valbuena. Valbuena hits one foul. That's Crone at first base. Sam Holbrook with the call.
Valbuena quickly looking into the Astros dugout. It's not one of those plays you can challenge. Clearly, Valbuena thinks he hit a fair ball.
That was close.
Boy, that is close. Going over that bag. Front corner, I would say that was worth taking a good look at.
Struck him out. Number 5 for Tropiano.
Houston Methodist helps us get to know Max Stassi. He's kind of fresh on the scene, but brother Brock plays in the Phillies minor league system. That's pretty cool. Father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, all minor league catchers. Wow. Didn't realize it went that far in the family. Received record 4th round signing bonus from the A's in 09. I didn't know the A's ever had record bonuses. Where's Charlie Finley when you need him?
Yeah, they didn't back in Rick Monday's day. There's ball 1. And they made him the first player drafted. Stassi drew a walk in the 2nd.
What's his favorite go-to karaoke song?
Didn't notice. Was that on there?
No, it was not.
Okay.
I feel shortchanged.
Okay, we're going to say My Way.
You're going My Way. You've done that for like 4 years now.
Yeah, I can see Max singing that though. 3-0. Is that even ever performed on karaoke by anybody?
It's got to be.
3-1 now.
Who has the better eye, Max Stassi? Yeah, he does. Wins over Ted Barrett on that one.
Full count.
His fastball looks a little sneaky right now. He easily slipped it by Valbuena on the 3rd pitch. 3rd strike.
Line to left field. Murphy coming over. That's in for a hit for Stassi. Takes a big turn. Murphy gets an accurate throw in. And Stassi's aboard with only the 2nd Houston hit to reach the outfield. Mike Morin is warming up for the Angels.
The little we've seen of Max Stassi last year in this, I think he's a better major league hitter than he is minor league hitter.
Yep.
It's a tough pitch to keep fair and easily keeps it fair. No, he's got great body positioning throughout that swing.
The lights are better in the big leagues.
There you go. That's apparently all he needs.
Jose Altuve single to right center field and stole second base in the 1st inning. He's 1 for 2. But with Morin warming up and with Tropiano at 93 pitches, he needs to go 5 to qualify for the win. That's a strike. That's not as important here in this stage of the season as it would be earlier. But the Angel bullpen has gotten a pretty good working over this year. Altuve in the hole. Ibar backhands. Jump throw to second. He throws it into right field. Stassi heads for 3rd. Altuve to 2nd. And they hold there on the overthrow. Ibar with the jump throw. Zipped it by Featherston.
Without Stassi to try to get on the fielder's choice here, there would really be no effective play for Ibar on Altuve. And you wonder how this might be scored. Well, there's a break, and it's maybe breaks that the Astros need right now to take advantage of.
It's a fielder's choice, and an error on Ibar is 13th. That error gets Stassi to 3rd and Altuve to 2nd and gives George Springer an opportunity. Springer is flied to center and grounded to 3rd. Now there's some noise in the building. Correa on deck. Strike 1 on Springer. That could be just the opening the Astros have needed. They have not done much with their bats to this point. Into center. That's in for a hit.
Stassi scores. Trout fires toward the plate. It's cut off, and it's 3-1. RBI single for Springer. His 35th run batted in. Correa coming up. How long does Socia stay with Tropiano?
There's that RBI guy the Astros need. Jose Altuve is a heck of a base runner, but he didn't get a good read on this line drive. He froze at second, and because he froze, he had no chance of scoring. And now we've learned with the Astros right now, they've got to be able to score when that is presented. And by all rights, you should score on this ball. But Altuve, again, waiting too long.
Springer's hit forces a pitching change by Mike Socia, bringing in Mike Morin. Tropiano on his way out for the 3-1 Angel lead.
Lead in the 5th inning. Angels do turn to the pen. They go to right-hander Mike Morin. Now that's been having a rough time. 3-1, but that ERA through 39 games at 6.14. That whip, not terrible, but not where he'd like it. In the month, though, pitching well. 2-0 with a 1.42 ERA, and he's been striking out guys while not walking any. Very effective against the Astros. Well, excuse me, I take that back. 16.20 the ERA, so keep that going, Bats.
And his latest outing Monday night, he allowed a run on 2 hits in 1 inning. He faces Correa now. Correa's 0 for 3, lined to first and grounded to third. Runners at first and third, 1 out. Good speed on both corners. And it is in for strike 1 for Morin. Morin had an outing here July 28th, allowing 4 earned runs in 1 inning. And he has given up a total of 7 runs to the Houston Astros this year. 24 years old, from Andover, Minnesota, and University of North Carolina. He looks over at Springer at first. Springer is a man to watch right now. Astros trail by 2. If he could steal his way in a scoring position, that could be very helpful. Jose Alvarez, a left, he's warming up for the Halos. Correa reaches for it, and it's 0-2 to Carlos.
Took a very hittable first pitch, and you don't see Carlos fooled like this very often.
Correa had an RBI double to right Monday night off Morin on an 0-2 count.
I like that scenario.
In the air, and here comes the first sacker, Cron, but unable to reach it.
Got what looked like a hanger to me right there and fouled it off.
Yes. Of Morin's last 17 outs, 14 of them have been strikeouts.
So it just kind of sat right there, right through the middle.
Tropiano threw 97 pitches, 60 for strikes. Correa is hitting .281 with runners in scoring position with 7 homers, 39 runs batted in. Grounded at third. Freese will go to second, and the force there. Featherston's throw not in time. Altuve scores. 3-2 game. RBI goes to Correa, who beats the relay. The throw was not all that great to second. It pulled Featherston to the outfield side of the base, and that affected his throw on to first.
Correa with that set of wheels able to get the run home, and it's kind of why I was talking about the inability of Altuve to score on the base hit by Springer. You just never know if a double play might be following. Score while you can.
Correa gets his 57th run batted in. He's aboard for Lowry now with 2 outs. Lowry is 0 for 2. Correa draws some action over there at first. He could very well be running in this scenario. Strike for Morin.
There's some floating stuff being flipped up there.
Yeah. Morin had more than a month on the disabled list with a left oblique strain this year. Perez stops it. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. This Angel bullpen is a 3.79 ERA. We mentioned Joe Smith earlier. He has really been an important part of it. He is out right now with a sprained ankle. He leads the American League in holds with 32. Correa diving back into first. So Mike Scioscia is piecing it together the best he can. Last night he brought in Houston Street in the 8th inning, and Street got a 4-out save in the 4-3 Angel win. He got 1 out from Alvarez. He stretched out Trevor Gott for 4 outs in the game last night, trying to make up for no Joe Smith in the bullpen. That's a key point of the game for a manager when he's used to a lockdown 8th inning setup guy who's now not available. It really plays with how the other guys are used.
And by all rights should make the Angels much more vulnerable here in the series.
Correa runs. There's Perez with a 1-hop throw, and he's called out. On the tag by Ibar, it's a caught stealing. From 2 to 6, A.J. Hinch is holding his hand up, so he's asking for time for the umpires now, and it seems that he is going to ask for a manager's challenge on this call.
What a quick release. I don't imagine Perez was thinking about hopping one, but it wound up right in the right spot.
He's safe.
Yeah, the Astros should get this turned around. Look at that straight leg into the bag. That's what you want.
Excellent.
A lot of guys will bend that leg.
Boy, it's that close, but he beat him by a fraction. But without that technique you talked about, the straight leg slide, there's no way he makes it.
Yeah, you're right. It really is close, Brownie, but it's also discernible. It's one that you can say, even as close as it is, that needs to be changed.
No doubt. And only with that super slow-mo can you discern that. Angel Hernandez made the out call. And the umpires are looking up at the big El Grande replay board.
Of course, they're not the ones now trying to make the change. It comes from New York.
True.
But yeah, that's great technique by Carlos Correa, among all the other great techniques he employs.
Those two frames are in sync with each other, showing you on the left side his foot is on the base. On the right side, he has not been tagged.
Yeah, because that shot on the left side, you could say, well, maybe the glove is already on the leg, but you can see on the right, it's clearly not.
Not there. Correa immediately turned toward A.J. Hinch and indicated that he should use a manager's challenge. The Astros have been successful in 23 of 44 challenges this season. Still waiting for the decision from New York, though.
Apparently they don't have the shots we've been looking at, because that was capable of being changed very quickly. In fact, I don't think it took you about 5 seconds into that video to declare safe.
Oh, it seemed pretty obvious, but apparently not.
Pretty obvious. There's a couple of the bright futures in Major League Baseball. Yeah, that duo.
That duo could be hanging around for many, many years, you know it.
I was thinking you might be turning to plaques hanging at some point.
Oh, that's true.
I agree. Oh my. That's a terrible review.
Two-run score on 2 hits with 1 error and nobody left. 3-2 Angels.
Frames. On the left, you might say, well, the glove is possibly on the leg, but on the right, you say, oh, clearly it hasn't gotten there yet, and there's just no way you can call that out. But the umpires in New York somehow did. That's a very bad call.
It's hard to believe. David Murphy leads it off in the 6th inning and takes ball 1 from Mike Fiers. 3-2 Angels now. Murphy is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground out. Very disappointing. Off-speed pitch, and it's 1-1.
To me, and I bet a lot of people feel the same way here at the ballpark, a review that turns out that way makes kind of a mockery out of the review system.
Grounded, and Valbuena backhands. Throws to Fiers. 1 out. Was that not clear evidence to you?
Clear. It was clear evidence. Now, you need the wizardry that we have right there syncing up frames, but my goodness, don't they have that in New York?
Not sure. C.J. Cron with a 2-run single in the first is 1 for 2. 3 hits for the Angels, 4 hits for the Astros, each club with 1 error. Curveball is in for strike 1 for Mike Fiers. Gave up 2 in the first and then a Calhoun 1-out homer in the 5th. It's 1-1. Replay has certainly made this a better game.
Yes, I'm totally in favor, but when a decision's made like that messes it up.
Well, to first base, did it hit his leg? Well, he's going to be out.
No, he was busy looking at the shattered portion of the bat flying the other direction.
2 outs.
The Astros face off against their interstate rivals, Texas Rangers, in the Lone Star Series presented by Montejo. That's this Friday through Sunday. On Sunday, 10,000 fans will receive an Astros team poster at Fan Appreciation Day. For tickets, call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com.
2 outs and David Freese bats. He's grounded out and struck out. He lets that fastball go for ball 1. The Minnesota Twins beat Cleveland last night 3-1. They play them tonight and tomorrow night. Twins are 2 behind the Astros for the second wild card spot in the American League. Then they go to Detroit for 3, and then they're in Cleveland for 4 more, and they finish with Kansas City at home. Now, Kansas City will have clinched the division title presumably long before those final 3 games, so it's yet to be seen what kind of a lineup Ned Yost will use and which pitchers he will be using in that tune-up for the playoffs. 2-2. However, the home field advantage will be on the line perhaps still then. Best record in the American League between Toronto and Kansas City. Kansas City is 1.5 games ahead of Toronto right now for the best record in the AL. So there could be incentive for the Royals, and it would seem that those games with Cleveland's a good team right now, will be a challenge for the Twins. This will be the 100th pitch for Fiers, and they'll face Corey Kluber tonight with Phil Hughes going for Minnesota. Struck him out. Well, Mike Fiers is holding the line. 3-2 in the 6th. Angels.
2. 2016 Astros season tickets are on sale now. Guarantee your seats for a potential 2015 postseason run by reserving your 2016 season tickets today. Go to astros.com/season tickets or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. You look at the way this team has played this year, and you look at the talent they've got waiting to contribute in the years to come, I got to think those season tickets are going to be a hot item, Bill.
Yes, sir. Jed Lowry leads it off, 3-2 Angels, bottom of the 6th inning. Lowry takes ball 1. Lowry's 0 for 2. He was at the plate when Correa was ruled to have been thrown out, attempting to steal to end the home 5th inning from 2-6. Mike Morin comes out for the bottom of the 6th inning here after getting that out. And in fact, he got 2 outs in the 5th with the caught stealing figured in. Nick Tropiano in 4 1/3 innings, giving up 4 hits and 2 runs. We'll check on the earned run tally because there should have been an out at second base in that inning. Rasmus and Gaddis to follow. No earned runs. Okay. Out to center field where Trout patrols. 1 out for Morin. Rasmus is 0 for 2, a ground out and a strikeout. Evan Gaddis on deck. In the air, and the infielders all run in for it. Morin's underneath it. Here's Cron coming in. Cron calls him off. 2 outs. Evan Gaddis has struck out and popped to second.
Teams want that pitcher out of there. And there's no reason for him to be standing in there. Be the traffic cop, but not the guy putting the handcuffs on.
Preston Tucker's on deck with Gaddis batting. That's strike 1 to him. There's 1 ball, 1 strike. After the 3 games here this weekend with Texas, the Astros will be in Seattle for 3 and in Arizona for 3. 1 and 2, so they wrap up the season, regular season, with interleague play. It's a little unusual, Ash.
Very. It would seem to me anyway. Although, let's see, the Astros ended in New York last year against the Mets, so back-to-back years.
Two balls and 2 strikes. We've been checking our tiebreakers. Gaddis chops it foul. Still 2-2 to Evan. So there are all kinds of possibilities right here. Tiebreaker scenarios. You can go to MLB.com and you'll see some headlines on the right there. You can find out if you're curious about the various tiebreaker scenarios. How those ties will be decided. And they've changed down through the years. Gaddis swings and fouls it. If the Royals and Blue Jays, for example, win their divisions outright and finish tied for the best record in the American League, the team with the better head-to-head record would get home field advantage. That would be the Blue Jays. Featherston at second. Makes it a 1-2-3 sixth for Morin. 3-2 Angels.
And it's time to reveal that Astro, brought to you by your local Honda dealer. Remember the clues: former 49er, pitched in the 06 World Baseball Classic. And his middle name is Dwayne. He is Michael Dwayne Gallo. Long Beach native, went to Long Beach State, pitched for Italy in the 06 World Baseball Classic. Almost everyone got this one. I think it was the Long Beach State clue, or possibly the pitching for Italy in the World Baseball Classic, but
you mean it wasn't Dwayne? Foul ball. There's strike one on Perez, leading it off here in the 7th inning. Mike Dwayne Gallo.
Here are a few more tweets. Yeah, well, you see so many people got it right. But when you look up Long Beach State, you look up their website, they're the 49ers, but their official nickname is also listed as Dirtbag.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, then.
Liner over shortstop into left center field. Perez is on with a hit. Tucker makes the pickup. There's a leadoff single. It's only the 4th hit for the Angels. That's how many the Astros have.
So those guys proudly say, "I'm a dirtbag"?
Yes, they do. He used to say that when he was here. Taylor Featherston is 0 for 2. Lowry's in tied at third. 4 sacrifice bunts, but the catcher Perez is running, and that may complicate the issue if that's what they have in mind. He squares around early, and that is what they have in mind. He pushes it hard to Valbuena. Valbuena goes to second. He gets the out. Big play by Valbuena. Perfect throw to Correa.
That's the way you do it, with commitment. No hesitation. And I would assume Max Stassi was hollering second all the way on that. You turn towards second base with commitment like this, you've got yourself a shot. Very nicely done. And again, Luis Valbuena defensively this year has been a whale of a player.
3-6, out number 1. Now Featherston's aboard for Ibar. Ibar is 0 for 3. Rip foul, or strike one. We were reading the possible tiebreaker scenarios. If the Astros were to, we'll say, tie with the Twins for the second wild card spot, since they split the season series, the tiebreaker would be play within their division. And right now the Twins are looking much better, which would mean they would have the home field advantage on that 1-game wild card playoff under that scenario. And that would be a sort of a play-in game to decide who was the second wild card team. Then the winner of that would play the other wild card team, which as of right now would be the Yankees. So if the season ended today and the Astros and Twins were tied for that second wild card spot, the Astros would be going to Target Field.
And then returning right back here to play the Yankees. Is that correct?
Good point. Yeah, because they beat the Yankees in the season series. Well, no, that would be if they tied the Yankees. So we're assuming the Yankees would,
well,
under that scenario, have a better
so
record.
You beat the Twins and you wind up winning at the second wild card team. The Yankees would be the first wild card team.
Right.
You'd bring them right back here to play in that play-in game, right?
I think you'd go to Yankee Stadium because they have a better record.
Okay. So it doesn't. I was thinking it went head-up records on that, but maybe not.
That's only if you would tie them with the same record.
Gotcha.
2-1 on Ibar.
So you got your road trip scenario there.
Yes, you do. That throw bounced. Valbuena picking it out of the dirt. Featherston going back in. Paid attendance is 25,573 today. If the Astros tie the Rangers for the division lead, then they would have a one-game playoff in Texas to decide who won the division. Another throw over. Featherston diving back in. Pretty close.
It is close. You get yourself a left-handed first baseman over there, and I think you've got an out. Might have one as it stands.
Yeah, that was close for Sam Holbrook. Runner going. Bouncer. Correa with the throw. Good play by Correa. He had the base runner coming toward him, and he kept his concentration for out number 2. Fires may have deflected that.
Yeah, I think that got over Mike.
Yep.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough play there for Carlos as that runner cuts in front. You see kind of a little bit of a hesitation with the glove there. That all happening a lot more quickly than the way we could see it there.
Lefty Oliver Perez is coming in to pitch to the lefty hitting Calhoun with the score of 3-2 Angels in a moment.
With a man at second base as Oliver Perez comes on to work it for the Astros against the left-hand hitting Cole Calhoun. 63rd game of the year. Of course, not much of that with the Astros ERA over the 4 mark. Left-hand hitters hitting just 188, and that is the primary reason he's on now, to get that one big out of Calhoun. Calhoun jacked one earlier in the ball game.
And now as Calhoun comes up, he is 2 for 3 in this game. And Oliver Perez, who pitched to just one batter Monday night, gave up a hit to Colin Cowgill. Makes his second appearance of this series. The runner at second, Featherston. In the air toward shallow right field. Altuve out. And with the catch, that ends it in the top of the 7th inning. No runs, a hit, and a man left. 3-2 Angels. Rangers and Astros 2 games apart. The Halos trail by 4.5 in the AL West. In the wild card, it's the Yankees 4 ahead of the Astros. Then the Twins are 2 games back. Angels 2.5 and the Indians 4.5. Lefty Jose Alvarez comes in from the Angels bullpen. Marwin Gonzalez will be the pinch hitter for Preston Tucker as the home 7th inning unfolds. Alvarez 4-3 with a 3.59 ERA.
Pitched a lot against the Astros. This is the 10th time this year, and the Astros have gotten to him a 5.19 ERA. So a little more of that is needed right about now.
Well, lefties haven't done a whole lot, but Marwin is a switch hitter batting right, and he's hit .302 right-handed with 5 homers and 126 at bats. He has a .500 slugging percentage as a right-handed batter. So he's a good selection to pinch hit for Tucker here. And Marwin has been bothered by his hand injuries more as a left-handed batter. 2 for 15 pinch hitting this season. He got the call last night as a starting left fielder, and he homered off the lefty Hector Santiago his first time up. He was 1 for 2 with a walk. Alvarez got 1 out in last night's game. He retired pinch hitter Matt Duffy. Popped up, foul, and there's strike 1. Matt Duffy's on deck right now to pinch hit for Valbuena as Alvarez works. Mike Fiers in 6 2/3 innings, allowed 4 hits and 3 runs, walking 3, fanning 3. He threw 107 pitches, 67 were strikes. Morin worked an inning and 2/3 for the Angels, allowing no hits, no runs, with no walks, no strikeouts. Alvarez has not been charged with a run in his last 9 appearances, covering 6 1/3 innings. Bouncer over him. Ibar charges across, makes a quick throw, and gets him.
Ibar just keeps getting the job done for the Angels. And that's a tough play when you're talking about starting an inning there. The Astros need some base runners. Really do or die.
Now Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, is coming out, and you see that good throw from Ibar. He put something on it. Butcher out to talk, perhaps about Matt Duffy, the pinch hitter, batting for Valbuena. Valbuena was 1 for 2. Duffy, the MVP of the Pacific Coast League, is 1 for 5 in the big leagues with an RBI. That one hit, pinch hitting. 26-year-old native of Boston comes up here with 1 out, and Max Stassi on deck. Bullpens are busy for both clubs right now. Ball 1 from Alvarez. Alvarez is 26 years old, from Venezuela. He gets a foul ball from Duffy, and the count goes to 1-1. Duffy got that first major league hit on Saturday, and it was an RBI double. The Astros came from behind in the game to beat Oakland 10-6. His RBI double made it 6-5 Oakland at the time. A very big hit in that comeback win. Will Harris is warming up for Houston. Duffy takes 2-1. The Astros have seen a lot of Alvarez this year. He's pitched 9 times against them. They tagged him with a loss here in Houston July 30th. 3 balls and a strike. Duffy with a shot up the middle, hits second base. Here's Featherston, jump throw to first. Safe. The ball gets away from Cron. That was quite an effort by Featherston, but Duffy will get a pinch single.
Yeah, Matt Duffy has been doing a nice job getting good swings when he's been called upon as a pinch hitter.
Pinch runner Jake Marisnick goes in for Duffy. The throw actually hit Duffy. Angels might have gotten a break because that ball could have gone out of play had it not hit the base runner. Pitching change for the Angels. Marisnick is in to pinch run. And we'll be back with a score of 3-2 Angels.
Right-hander Trevor Gott. Now John Singleton has come out to the on-deck circle. He just joined the Astros today. Here's the hard-throwing Trevor Gott, who got 4 outs in last night's game, getting a hold in the 4-3 win. He's 2-2 with an ERA of 3.
Yeah, just a 23-year-old in his first year in the major leagues. Only a couple of home runs allowed in 42 innings. And he's quick to the plate, and that certainly inhibit that possibility of the running game.
Singleton just joined the Astros today after the AAA championship win last night for Fresno at El Paso over Columbus. Jake Marisnick is the pinch runner for Duffy. 1 on, 1 out, and a 1-run lead. Singleton gets right into the action. In 102 games at AAA, Singleton had 22 homers, 83 runs batted in, a .254 batting average. The infield is shifted around for Singleton. That's strike 1 to John. Pinch hitting for Stassi here.
So John comes on as a pinch hitter and winds up with a pretty tough call for a strike.
Now 1 ball and 1 strike to the big slugger. Came up with the Phillies. The Astros made the big trade with the Phils, and he was a part of it. Big cut there, makes it 1-2 for Singleton.
Well, that's tough. Step up there, get a tough first pitch called on you, and then 95 just blown by.
Foul away. Enos Cabell has been watching John throughout this season, and he was saying last night that John has really eliminated a lot of the big leg kick he used to have.
Looks like he might be a little deeper into a crouch as well.
Said he's been more selective this year, recently anyway. Runner goes. Marisnick will steal it on a bad throw from Perez. And now they realize third base wasn't covered, so David Freese took off in a sprint to third base. Otherwise, Marisnick might have been able to get there.
Well, that's gutsy, but Jake has a high percentage of stealing bags this year. And how about Ibar being in position to keep that one in the infield? Ibar was going to get really sneaky and slip right in behind Marisnick and see if he took a step off the bag. Watch this. Takes a second.
You see Freese taking off to make sure third was covered. And Singleton is down on strikes. 2 outs. The steal by Marisnick was his 22nd of the year in 29 tries. Jose Altuve will bat.
And just coming up with that big hit. That's probably every team's cry when they're scuffling a bit.
Altuve is 1 for 3. Singled in the first. Wound up scoring a run in the 5th. George Springer's on deck. They're going to put him on intentionally and work to Springer. That tells you how much Mike Scioscia respects Jose Altuve. It's the 8th intentional walk for Altuve this year.
I'm hoping it angers George Springer. It burns some fire.
The numbers would dictate this move. Statistics on how they've hit with men in scoring position.
Yeah, and on top of that, Altuve just seems to be a guy that relishes that big moment in a game.
Altuve has really been the top Astros hitter. 311 with men in scoring position coming into this game today. Springer has hit 164 with men in scoring position. Mike Butcher out to talk it over with the infielders. Springer drove in a run in the 5th inning with a single to center field. He's 1 for 3. Houston Street was called upon for a 4-out save last night. And the Astros have really found it difficult getting those hits in September with men in scoring position. As a team, they're hitting .238 this season with 2 outs and men in scoring position. Strike to Springer.
May prove to be the one you want back.
Now it's 0-2.
You start getting some paint after the first called strike. Suddenly you're in a big hole.
Correa's on deck. Fouled away by Springer. Trevor Gott has 3 holds against the Astros this season. And he has pitched scoreless baseball in 4 of his 5 appearances against them.
He was coming right after Springer with 3 straight fastballs. That last one at 96.
Gott started his major league career with 9 consecutive scoreless outings of at least 1 inning. Off the plate, 1-2.
He's bringing it, and he's spotting it really well. Look at the locations on those 4 pitches.
Springer lines at the right field. That's in the corner. That's going to score Marisnik. Here's Altuve. Gary Pettis is sending Altuve. Featherston's thrown to the plate, and he's safe. What a time for George Springer on a 1-2 pitch to rifle one into the right field corner and give the Astros a 4-3 7th inning lead.
And there's the RBI guy in a big situation. That's what can propel the Astros. Great stop from George Springer and company.
First lead of the day for the Astros.
And how beautiful is this on a tough pitch away? Just perfect. And then it comes down to Altuve being able to slip a hand in, and this was close.
Boy, it looked like the ball sure beat him.
Yep.
Magnificent job of staying low.
Ultimately, no tag actually applied until after the fact.
Check swing call goes Carlos Correa's way. That is an amazing job by Altuve of scoring that run. He swam in.
God loves seeing Springer kind of regain this momentum of being a guy that is counted on to drive in big runs.
Now an intentional walk will be issued to Correa. The count went to 2-0, and decision was made not to give him anything he could swing at.
Second intentional walk of the inning. The first one backfired when Altuve scored the go-ahead run. Lowry will be batting next.
Man, that's gorgeous. Cannot begin to tell you. And that can be a club lifter too, especially with Altuve's effort to sneak in. Yeah, you can see how that tag came up shy and then above Altuve.
It sure looked like he would be out on Featherston's throw.
It did. It did. That's a very good call by Ted Barrett. We've learned that you don't want to count on replays to turn things around.
Now Lowry with ball one. He's 0 for 3. Very interesting and important day in the AL West right here. That was ruled a 2-run triple by Springer, by the way. You see George.
You already got me excited. Just keep showing it. I won't be able to calm down for the evening.
Second triple of the year for Springer. He's driven in 3 of the Astros 4, giving him 37 runs batted in.
Yeah, I agree with Mike Scioscia. The top 3 in the order you don't want to mess with.
Ibar gets the force play on Correa. But the Astros come up with a very important hit from George Springer. And Altuve swims his way home with the leading run. 4-3 Houston through 7.
The pennant races in true HD quality on MLB.TV Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 400 supported devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, and more. Visit MLB.TV today.
What a 7th inning for the Astros. Down to their final strike in that inning, and George Springer has turned this game around. Now, can they protect the lead? Perhaps add to it in the bottom half of the 8th. Will Harris comes out of the bullpen. He has been excellent this year, Ash.
He's been really that ideal setup guy throughout the course of the year. Recently has had his struggles, but trying to get it back in shape now, and there's a big win to lock up.
And Mike Trout is the first threat to that lead. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Albert Pujols on deck. David Murphy due up 3rd in the inning. A number of changes have been made by A.J. Hinch. Breaking pitch, strike 1. And since they are numerous, you take a look at all of them at one time. Rasmus has moved from center field to left. Marisnick stays into play center. Gonzalez is at first base, and Jason Castro is the catcher. In for a strike, 0-2. Oliver Perez retired, the only man he faced.
Cole Calhoun on one pitch. He could be the winning pitcher, throwing one pitch in this game. That one bounces. It's a 1-ball, 2-strike count for Will Harris.
Mighty big swing for George, huh?
You bet. And the way Gott was throwing, you mentioned it. Hard throwing young pitcher.
Spotting it well on top of that.
Very successful season for Trevor Gott.
Yeah, that's to my way of thinking. Again, George is a guy you need to be one of the big offensive guys, and that could take a big leap forward for George again now.
2-2. Cam Bedrosian, a right-hander, and Cesar Ramos, a lefty, are warming up for the Angels. Well, the Angels have witnessed a few big late-inning hits by the Astros this year. This game, though, has a ways to go before it's in the books. That's a line shot deep to left center field. That ball hit off the bullpen fence. Trout might be able to. Nope, he's going to stop with a double, leading it off here, and that's the 27th double for Trout this year. Very well hit ball by Trout.
Boy, is he strong. That pitch appeared to be in, just a little cutoff swing, and barrel to it, and that's plenty. That's all it takes from Mike Trout. Just kind of shortens things up, draws the hands in. Yeah, you're fortunate in this ballpark, that part of the yard, to have that not be a 41st home run of the year for Trout.
72 extra base hits, second in the American League. Brent Strom is on his way. Pujols will be the batter with a 1-run lead. And the Astros are getting a lefty loose in their pen right now. David Murphy would follow Pujols. That's Tony Sipp, probably warming up with the thought that he could be facing Murphy. Maybe not.
Not sure what the message would be specifically right there. Pujols at the plate, and ideally you get yourself an out, you keep Trout at second base. You can't let him run, although he hasn't been a big running weapon this year. 10 stolen bases.
Harris is making his 7th appearance against the Angels. Pat Neshek now has joined Tony Sipp in the Astros bullpen. Strike to Pujols. Altuve is playing very near second base. Marwin Gonzalez well off the line at first in this shift.
It's really remarkable, Brownie, how hard fought each individual game can be on any given day, and you do it 162 times on the year.
Yeah, in this time of year with the momentum swings and the highs and lows that the fans go through during each game and then after each game, it is really quite a ride in a pennant race coming down to the final few days of the season. Tap foul by Pujols. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Albert.
Yeah, I think you're right about the David Murphy scenario with Tony Sipp, and I think that's what a lot of that time spent on the mound was about, was getting Pat Neshek up and throwing and ready to go after that one batter for Sipp.
Right. Could be Sipp versus Murphy, and then when Crone comes up, Neshek comes in, depending on what happens. Fouled. Harris leads the Astros in relief innings pitched, 66 and a third. He's allowed a 172 batting average. That's fourth best in the American League by a reliever. Pujols tap to the left side. Lowry short hop play. 1 out. That's a big one.
That's a good play, maybe a fortunate play. The head of Lowry was flying to his right as he was trying to make that play. And watch what happens right here. See the head flinch off to the right? But a big out.
Runner doesn't advance. If he gets to third with 1 out, it's a much more favorable situation for the Angels. Now it's going to be Murphy, but Harris is staying in to face him. He is 0 for 3. No Tony Sipp. Strike 1 to Murphy, and why not? Harris has been a terrific reliever this year for the Astros. He has gotten right and left-handed batters out. Cesar Ramos, the lefty, has been joined by right-hander Fernando Salas now in the Angels' pen. In the dirt. 1-1. Left-handed hitters have hit 139 against Will Harris. They have hit 239 against Tony Sipp. C.J. Cron is on deck. Two balls and a strike to Murphy. Murphy came in a trade from the Indians July 28th for a minor league infielder. In fact, the Angels were here when he was acquired in that deal. Three and 1. Castro drew his arm back to let Trout know, and he might think about throwing behind him if he takes liberties leading off second. It's a full count on Murphy. This Houston bullpen, first couple of months of the season, was on another planet, compiling just phenomenal numbers. It would be hard to stay in that neighborhood for an entire season. And there has been a slowdown in the month of September. Murphy draws the walk. First and second, 1 out now for Cron.
Yeah, I've been lauding Max Stassi on his pitch blocking. Jason Castro's doing a whale of a job as well.
A.J. Hinch is going to make a move. He has Pat Neshek ready to go in the bullpen. Cron is 1 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. That'll be it for Will Harris. We'll be right back.
Tomorrow's an off day, as the Astros then will hook it up with the Texas Rangers. 3 over the weekend. Scott Kazmir back out to the mound, trying to get things straightened out. He had a scuffling effort last time out. 7-10 on the year, 2.73 ERA. Giovanni Gallardo goes for the Texas Rangers, and he's a 12-game winner. And the Astros likely are going to need to sweep those Rangers out in that series.
We hope you can make it out for the final 3 regular season home games here over the weekend. Then the Astros are in Seattle Monday through Wednesday, and in Arizona to wrap up the season.
Now, that was probably an unfair statement on my part. Need to sweep. A sweep would be fantastic. Taking 2 of 3 would certainly still leave them with a great shot.
Pat Neshek in 63 games, 3-6 with a 3.40 ERA, faces C.J. Cron. First pitch inside, ball 1 to Cron. Lefty Tony Sipp has been joined by right-handed closer Luke Gregerson in the Houston bullpen. Neshek last night worked 2/3 of an inning, did not give up a hit or a run, had a strikeout. In the air, and there's the center fielder Marisnik. 2 outs. There's a pinch runner at first, Colin Cowgill. Pinch running for David Murphy. Neshek gets Cron, and now David Freese will bat. Cowgill at first. Freese is 0 for 3. 2 former St. Louis Cardinals squaring off here. Neshek has allowed only 1 of his 24 inherited runners to score this year. He's the club leader in relief appearances. Harris the leader in innings in relief. Neshek with 28 holds, second in the American League. He deals ball 1. Perez is on deck. Another very entertaining game in the tight AL West. Angels won last night 4-3. It's 2-0 now. Neshek pitched for the Cardinals last year, and Freese, of course, was no longer with them at that time. Foul back, 2 balls and a strike.
That's perfect. That is just beautiful.
It's one fine afternoon at the ballpark. Foul ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 35-year-old Pat Neshek from Madison, Wisconsin. Went to Butler University. Made more than 300 major league appearances. Gets ready for a big 2-2 pitch to Freese. In the air to left center field. Rasmus going back, still back, way toward that bullpen wall, leaps, and that ball's off the wall. That's going to score 2 runs to give the Angels a 5-4 lead. 2-run double by Freese.
Well, the Astros got that first out of Pujols, keeping Trout at second, and then eventually the second out, getting Cron. And how this hurts with 2 outs, but that pitch was hung right through the heart. Now, I think Freese thought he was out when he hit this ball. Watch his head. Yeah, you don't get to quite see it. Such a tough set of angles out there for any left fielder. Look at the head drop. I think he's like, got it. And now, whoa, okay.
Now he leads for a pinch runner. Caleb Cowart. Carlos Perez with strike one. Perez is 1 for 2 with a walk. This game is swinging back and forth quickly. Well, Freese with his 26th double now has 50 runs batted in. Perez looking for more. It's 1-1. Freese has brought some smiles to that Angel bench. Perez 10 for 21 on this Angel road trip. Facing Neshek. Will Harrison 1/3 of an inning, allowed 1 hit, 2 runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts. Now it's a 2-ball, 1 strike count. The Astros have Rasmus Gaddis and Gonzalez due up in the bottom of the 8th inning. Foul back, and it's 2-2. Houston Street last night working an inning and a third through 32 pitches. Foul back. It's still 2 balls, 2 strikes to Perez. Flared foul. Marwin Gonzalez sprints over toward the Astros bench, but it's out of play for him. Liner out to center field. That's in for a hit. Run number 6 comes to the plate, and the Angels are up by 2 on the RBI single by Perez, 6-4. A.J. Hinch will make a move. The Angels still rallying now, adding to their lead with a big 8th inning after the Astros had grabbed the lead in the home 7th inning. 3 runs home here in this frame. It's 6-4. Halos back in a moment. doubles and an RBI single to go with a walk. Tony Sipp becomes the 5th pitcher to work today for the Astros. In 55 games, he's 2-4 with a 2.20 ERA.
And maybe surprisingly more effective against right-hand hitters than the lefties. 5th game against the Angels on the year.
Taylor Featherston is the batter. He's 0 for 3. Sipp worked 2/3 of an inning in his last game. Featherston looking to reach base for the first time today. Tony pitched on the 19th in the Oakland series. That was Saturday. Strike to Featherston. Sipp had a career-long 20-game scoreless streak. Gave up a run at Texas on the 17th to snap that. Bounces that one, and the count goes to 1-1. Dallas Keuchel is due up next against the Texas Rangers on Sunday against Martin Perez. Fouled away, and it's 1-2. Keuchel 14-0 at home this year. Will Harris gave up a leadoff double, then got a ground out, then a walk. Those 2 runners scored. Ground ball third. Lowry to Altuve for the force play on Perez. The Angels grab the lead back with 3 runs on 3 hits. They leave a man. They're up by 2, 6-4. Of the 7th, and now the Angels have overcome that and put a 3 spot on the board in the top of the 8th. They're in front now, 6-4 as the Astros come up in the bottom of the 8th with Rasmus, Gaddis, and Gonzalez due to bat. Pitcher number 5 of the day is Cesar Ramos. Ramos in 59 games has a 2-1 record, a 2.16 ERA for Mike Scioscia. Has not given up a run in 6 games against the Astros this season.
Yeah, that was such a big half inning for the Astros going back to their last time up, and now you got to do it again because the Angels have come up with a big one of their own.
Angels have Efrain Navarro at first base now. Caleb Coward at third. Colin Cowgill in left field. Colby Rasmus is the batter. He's 0 for 3. Gaddis will follow, and then Gonzalez here in the Astros' 8th inning. Angels about hit the Astros 7-6. Alvarez for the Angels in 1/3 of an inning allowed 1 hit, 1 run. Gott in 2/3 of an inning allowed 1 hit, 1 run, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. There's strike 1 to Rasmus. Colby's brother Corey is a pitcher with the Angels. It's 1-1. It's a career high for Cesar Ramos for appearances with 60. He worked 1/3 of an inning Monday night here. It's 2 balls and a strike. He came in and struck out Jason Castro in the 6th inning Monday night. Ramos is 31 years old. He was born in Los Angeles, went to Long Beach State. Fouled away, and it's 2-2 to Colby. For the Astros, who are 3-2 on this homestand, 51-26 at home this season. This is one tough struggle today. They fell behind 3-0, and then on the Springer 2-run triple in the 7th, grabbed the lead. Now behind by 2. And it's a full count. Ripped, and there's Navarro with a play. And out number 1.
Navarro has just been that guy to come in late for defensive purposes, but this is not the first time that he has looked really slick down there at first. Nice play.
Fernando Salas, a right-hander, has been warming up. Ramos is now out of this game. Pitcher number 6 will be on his way with the Angels up 6-4.
Drives in a pair, but he gets started with a good hard heater coming down and in, then away, and he falls behind right away. Didn't look good. A close pitch was called a ball, and then George comes alive. He's awarded a triple on this ball, Has 2 runs scored. Great play by Altuve scoring. But that's the George Springer that this club needs.
Evan Gattis to face Salas now. Fernando Salas in 65 games, 3-2 with a 4.20 ERA. He's given up 7 homers, and in 10 games against Houston has a 3.24 ERA. Salas pitched last night. 1 hitless inning with a walk and a strikeout. Gattis takes a look at ball 1. Gattis is 0 for 3. Salas has allowed at least 1 run in 7 of his last 12 outings. He gave up a 3-run walk-off homer to Jason Castro here July 30th. Foul back, and it's 1-1.
Now, Brownie, you've talked about maybe a desire to have teams can bring up as many guys as they want in September, but you have to on any given day have a specific 25-man roster. The way it is right now, it's just leading to these 3.5, 4-hour games. There's almost no way around it.
1 and 2. Managers have these extra players, especially relievers. They're going to use them. Foul back, and it's still a 1-ball, 2-strike count. There's a lot of maneuvering here in the month of September, especially these teams in tight races, trying to get an edge, squeeze out a margin here and there. A lot of 1-batter relief appearances, things of that nature. 6, 7, and 1 for the Angels. 6 men left. Ibar throws out Gattis. 2 outs. And Chris Carter will be the pinch hitter for Marwin Gonzalez. Marwin was 0 for 1. Carter with a 187 average has 20 homers, 56 runs batted in, and 364 at bats. He's 1 for 11 pinch hitting. He's had some meaningful hits in September. Strike 1 to Carter. Carter's 2 for 7 with 2 homers on this homestand. 1-1. He hit number 20 of the season last night, his first time up, going 1 for 3 in that game. 15 of his 20 long balls have come here at Minute Maid Park. He has a 797 OPS at home. Line drive, Trout. Trout turns, and it gets over his head and up on Towles Hill. Carter is into second base, and he'll stop there with a 2-out pinch double. That was a laser shot over Trout.
Yeah, I think Mike Trout would tell you right now that this ball did some funny things. When Trout started back, I saw it the exact same way he did. He turned with his right side toward home plate. Watch it as we see it. Going back that way. Now the ball just sails back the other way, and he made that effort to turn in that direction, but that thing was scorched. Another one of those nice at-bats you're talking about for Carter here recently.
Jake Marisnick came in to pinch run in the 7th inning. Ball 1 to Jake. He's 3 for 10 on this homestand. 249 homers, 33 runs batted in. 333 with 3 homers here in September. This fly ball heads for right center field. Calhoun waits for it and puts it away. After 8, it's 6-4 Angels.
hit of the game. We were hoping it was George Springer, but instead right now it's David Freese for the Angels. Hits a fly ball that he thinks is going to be an out, but with that crazy angle out there in left center field, it turns into a double, plates a pair, and the Angels have the lead with that one 6-4 as we have one to play.
Tony Sipp warming up for the top of the ninth inning. Top of the Angels lineup due up. Ibar, Calhoun, and Trout with the Angels up by 2. Sipp retired Featherston to end the 8th inning. Ibar's 0 for 4. Reached on an error in the second. That's in the air, and George Springer is running over toward the right field line. Just out of his reach. He probably came directly from school.
Which year?
Houston Street is warming up for the Angels. Their closer, Josh Fields, also in the Astros bullpen, throwing at this time. Ibar swings, and it's 0-2. The Astros will have their 9-1 and 2 hitters due up. Castro, Altuve, and Springer. Could they do it again? Well, Tony Sipp will have something to say about that, needing to put up a 0 here in the 9th inning. One and 2.
For each team having just 7 hits on the day, there have been some big turnarounds.
Two balls and 2 strikes. The Angels got a 2-run single from Crone in the 1st inning, and a 5th inning homer from Calhoun to lead 3-0. The Astros picked up a couple of unearned runs in the 5th. Then on the 2-run triple by Springer in the 7th inning, they went up 4-3. Now the Angels, after a 3-run 8th, have the upper hand. Just off the plate, Sipp froze, didn't get the call from Ted Barrett, and it's a full count. Fouled. Still 3-2 with Calhoun on deck. Tigers beat the White Sox in Detroit 7-4. Justin Verlander apparently was clocked at 99 during his final inning.
Man with a big contract has returned, huh?
Going hard again. Verlander went to 4-8 with a win. Ibar punched out. 1 out in the 9th inning.
Little change piece to get him.
Calhoun is 2 for 4, a single and a homer. Verlander gave up 3 earned runs in 7 innings today. He got home run support from Victor Martinez with his 11th. Melky Cabrera hit a White Sox homer, his 12th.
Neftali Feliz got save number 8. In for a strike to Calhoun. And the other action is coming up later tonight around the Major League scoreboard. Correa comes in for it. Altuve calls him off. 2 outs.
Correa's already learned that lesson when dealing with Altuve and pop-ups.
Let the little guy have his way. He'll fight you for it. Now Castro and Sip talk it over with Josh Fields headed in from the bullpen. Mike Trout will be the batter. It's 6-4 Angels. Back in a moment. Made a change. Coming in is Josh Fields. Tony Sipp in 1 inning allowed no hits, no runs with no walks, 1 strikeout. Fields at 51 games is 4-1. His ERA is 3.78.
And the 8th outing on the year against the Angels.
Trout hit a double in the 8th inning and came around to score on the 2-run double by David Freese. Trout 1 for 3 with a walk today. And 2 more runs scored. That gives him 97 runs scored. We've had some very impactful 2-strike, 2-out hitting in this game today. This will be the 300th pitch of this ball game coming up. It's 2-0 for Fields.
Apparently number 300 is uncatchable.
Evidently.
It's a lot of pitches in a major league game.
Castro stood to lead it off in the home 9th inning. Then Altuve and Springer to follow. Fields delivers, and it's 2-1. Fields gave up 2 runs on 2 hits in 2/3 of an inning Monday night. That was his 8th outing since he was recalled from the minor leagues. Line drive left field. Rasmus over, laying out for it. It gets by him and off the wall. And Trout goes into second base with another double, his 2nd in as many innings, and 28th double of the year.
He's pretty good with the bat in his hand, but he is something to watch once he gets it going on the bases, and it doesn't take long to get it going.
Albert Pujols is the batter. 2 doubles today for Trout. 2 runs scored. He's third in the league in homers right now. Third in total bases. Intentional walk to Pujols. And Cowgill is due up next. It's like David DeJesus with a bat in the on-deck circle. So he'll be pinch hitting for Cowgill. Now Springer on a 1-2 count with 2 outs in the 7th got that triple to give the Astros the lead, and then Freese came back on a 2-2 pitch with 2 outs in the 8th inning to put the Angels up. DeJesus, 179 as a pinch hitter, has driven in 7 runs in pinch hit assignments. Overall, he's hit .233 with 5 homers, 30 runs batted in, and he was a pinch hitter in last night's game. He got an infield hit to shortstop in that at bat. Fields delivers, and there's a strike for Josh. Jesus, for a long time, played with Kansas City. It's 1-1. He was drafted by the Royals in 2000. He's from Brooklyn, went to Rutgers University. Played for Kansas City from 2003 through 2010. That takes the count to 2-1. 6-8-1 for the Angels with 6 men left. 4-7-1 for the Astros with 7 left. Grounded foul to Carter. 2-2 for DeJesus. Just checking Trout, Ash. Coming into today, he was second in the American League in on-base average, .395. Second in slugging by 1 point to Nelson Cruz, .584. Second in extra base hits. Third in homers. And 4th in runs scored. Another tremendous year for Mike Trout, his best home run season as a major leaguer. He's 24 years old. Grounded Altuve's way on over to Carter. No runs, a hit, 2 men left. Could the Astros pull this off one more time? Well, George Springer gave them the lead in the 7th inning. They're down by 2 with Houston Street headed their way for the bottom of the 9th.
Baseball on Root Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by HEB. No store does more than my HEB. The Angels lead at 6-4. They're trying to win 2 of 3 in this series at Minute Maid Park. The Astros are coming up in the bottom of the 9th inning. Mike Scioscia has made more changes. He has a new left fielder, Shane Victorino, in left. And the new pitcher is the closer, Houston Street.
32 years of age now is Houston Street, and still extremely effective. 39 saves, so he's gunning for number 40 on his season. 61st game. But the Astros have a nice memory against Houston Street. 2 Sundays ago, the miracle game.
39 for 44. So that was one of the 5 blown saves he's had this year, and another one belongs to Street against the Astros. That was back on May 7th in Anaheim when he gave up 3 runs in 2/3 of an inning, blowing a 2-0 lead in the 9th, and the Astros won that one 3-2. Jason Castro's the batter, first time up for Castro, and it's strike 1. Castro at 214 has 11 homers, 30 runs batted in. It lays off, and it's 1-1. Street last night, in getting his 39th save, worked an inning and a third, allowing 1 hit, no runs. He walked 2, fanned 2, and that ran the pitch count up to 32 pitches for Street last night. Castro fouls it in. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes with Jose Altuve on deck. That save last night for Street was the 27th he's had in his career, getting 4 outs or more. The 3rd this season. He's the American League save leader right now, and he's tied with Rob Nen for 20th on the all-time list with 314 career saves. Castro looks at ball 2. It's the 5th time Street has had at least 30 saves in a season. Line to first. Navarro there. Tough luck for Castro. 1 out.
It's not one of those scalded dog liners, but you hit a line drive, you're counting on getting a knock.
Jose Altuve is 1 for 3 with an intentional walk. He has scored twice today. Third baseman Cowart is in close. Final game of the season series. The Astros have won 10. The Angels have won 8. Altuve to right field. Calhoun over his head, over the wall on a bounce. That's a double for Altuve, his 35th. And the Astros get the potential tying run to the plate in George Springer.
Earlier in the game, when Altuve was intentionally walked, and we were wondering about how George was approaching that at bat following the intentional walk, but he approached it quite well. And that was an awfully big swing. The Astros need another.
Springer grounded out against Street last night. Rolls this one foul. There's strike 1 to George. He is 2 for 4 with 3 runs batted in.
Jose Altuve, by the way, has really hit some balls well, driving them to right field, right center here recently.
Carlos Correa's on deck. Rolled fair. Navarro with the play. Gets to first, but yeah, he got the out. Springer made it close with that dive. 2 outs. Altuve to third base. Looked like George might be able to beat it with that head first dive.
Well, it's all-out effort, that's for certain. And just laying out to get there. Yeah, that does get close, but the out is recorded.
Now the Astros are down to their final out. It's Carlos Correa, 0 for 3 with an RBI. He was walked intentionally in the 7th inning.
Tough spot for Mike Scioscia. Any manager doesn't want to face Correa right here. Represents the tying run, but you can't put him on and give that shot to the next guy to win the game. Stay tuned after the game as Kevin Eschenfelder and Mike Stanton break down all the action from today's game, plus interviews from the clubhouse and much more on the Astros postgame show, presented by Houston Methodist.
Jed Lowry's on deck. Correa looks at it. It's 1-1 to Carlos. Houston Street was born in Austin, Texas. His father James, famous quarterback for the University of Texas, leading that team to the national championship in '69. Two balls and a strike. The Astros got 5 straight 2-out hits in that game you talked about in Anaheim a week ago Sunday off Street. Two and 2 to Correa.
There's not full commitment in that swing.
Correa got a double to center last night off Street. Hit the ball up on Towles Hill. It was measured as a 433-foot flight to that baseball. Ground ball hit. 1-run game. RBI single from Correa. Second RBI of the day, 58th of the year. It's 6-5.
You know, we've seen Carlos Correa do this before. Shoot a big hit through the right side, and maybe he just committed to that, but that pitch was right there. Might have even gotten in a little bit on the bat of Correa. Oh, he's a good hitter.
Now it's Jed Lowry, who hit the 3-run homer in Anaheim off Street. 0 for 4 today. Correa draws the throw. He had a very short lead.
You remember this swing? Anaheim. Game on the line, pinch hitter. Jed Lowry gets about 3 more feet than he needed to get one out. Both Calhoun got stuck on the wall there. What a big swing that was.
Lowry last night came up in the last of the 9th with a runner at second and 2 outs. The Angels leading 4-3 and got an intentional walk. Then Street struck out Evan Gattis to end the game.
Is there any temptation to put Correa in the move right here?
Well, the Angels certainly must think there's a chance that that might happen. Ground ball to second to end it. And the Angels went 2 of 3 in Houston to keep their hopes alive for a playoff berth. Street nails it down. They take it 6-5. The Astros get a run on 2 hits and leave a man on. The Astros slip to 80 and 72. The Angels are 78 and 74. 6-5 the final today.